Call this meeting to order. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held virtually. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants to please activate your microphone only when recognized, by me, and I'll now call this meeting to order. Start with the land acknowledgement. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, or specifically the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. I'm doing things a little bit differently today. I have two laptops open, so I'll be looking over here at the agenda, so I don't have to keep flipping through screens. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest on items on today's agenda? Okay, not seeing anybody. Before we start, I just want to make a quick statement regarding why we're here today. Because this meeting was supposed to happen on June 1st. And sorry, am I doing something wrong, Jacqueline?
No apologies.
Okay. There was another important matter. This was supposed to be on June 1st. There was another important matter that we're going to be dealing with in closed session that was very time sensitive. I was asked by staff to call a special meeting today, which I've done, which is why we're here right now. And I just said, basically, instead of calling another special meeting on June 1st, let's deal with those two items on June 1st here today. That is why we're here today. The conspiracy theories that are circulating online that I'm seeing, saying we're trying to sneak something through or whichever else, that is not the case. We are here because staff requested that we have a special meeting to deal with a very sensitive and timely matter, and which we will a little bit later on in the meeting. We have two items, bylaws, that are moving forward from June 1st to today because we're having the meeting today instead. And I'm going to open with speaking to the bylaw 53/2026 development charge deferral program, because we received one email from a resident in Ward 2 and a number of posts online by a council follower who posted their thoughts, most of them incorrect, on what this is about today, and has created a bit of a stir. And I'd like to correct some of those misunderstandings and information before I actually go ahead and speak to this matter. So I've gone through the two letters. Let me just find my spot here. And I'll just go through a couple of things. One of the misconceptions that we're seeing online is that this is a DC waiver and a loss of DC revenue. That is not what we're talking about today. The bylaw expressly says this is a deferral program, not a waiver. And it maintains full payment of development charges while improving project cash flow. That is the intent of this. Number two, the town can charge interest and a premium. The letter suggests taxpayer risk without acknowledging that the bylaw allows interest starting on the 7th installment and an additional deferred premium to mitigate exposure and to protect taxpayers. That was not shared, and that's kind of an important piece to this. It's suggesting online that we are putting taxpayers at risk at funding these things, where in fact we are not. The program is limited to eligible purpose-built rental housing projects is a fact. The letters online, it's not a broad deferral for all development of all tax classes. The bylaw very specifically refers to eligible purpose-built rental housing projects. It's a 2-year pilot, not a permanent 15-year policy. This is meant to try and get shovels in the ground today. The bylaw would be effective from May 21st, 2026 to May 31st, 2028, reporting back to council at the end of 2028 with the results. The letters understate the housing and economic rationale. It doesn't give any credit to either of those. The bylaw clearly states that the purpose is to respond to the housing crisis, high construction costs, financing challenges, market uncertainty, and delayed shovel-ready projects. Not mentioned and kind of important. The current comparison point, under the current rules of 5 million purpose-built rental DC is already paid over 6 years, and I'll get into that with my remarks on the bylaw itself. Interest-free installments, 5 years from occupancy. The proposal that we're bringing forward today extends the schedule but adds an interest premium over the statutory period. So instead of collecting 5 million in that example, we would collect 6.12. And finally, the bylaws, the example shows total revenue, not less, where, as I said, the 5 million DC would result in 6.12 paid to the town over 16 installments instead of 6. Just a couple of things I wanted to open with, because it frustrates me when things go to social media. Generally, they're a 1-minute clip of something I've said, or not enough information, so it gets taken out of context. And I really wish that all the people, instead of posting online, would actually come and watch these meetings and participate, and get the full information and the facts before succumbing to these conspiracy theories online. I hope if this is posted, that the poster will post the entire length of my opening comments, as well as our entire discussion about this DC deferral proposal today, so residents can get all the facts and can make a full, educated response and not partial. So I'll get to my comments and introduce the bylaw. So I put together the bylaw that would give staff the authority to enter into development charge deferral agreement through legislated Section 27 agreements. I want everyone to understand staff can already do this today. They don't need this, what we're going to talk about today, to enter into Section 27 agreements. They can enter into this today without council approval. That is already in the acts. But today is a little bit different than most of the mayor's directives that I brought forward. In fact, that I'm using it to just expedite a program that staff have proposed in lieu of exempting DCs. This is about timing. This is about getting things moving today rather than just sitting on our hands and doing nothing. I want to share why this is important. As we all know, we're facing a housing crisis in Ontario and across Canada. And because of sky-high construction costs and financing challenges, there's very few shovels in the ground right now. Other municipalities like Brampton, Burlington, Vaughan, I believe also Mississauga, Toronto, have waived their DCs to spur residential development. This money is out the door. It will never be recovered. And in absence of federal provincial funding, and we don't know what that looks like yet, the talk of the federal provincial funding program, they'll never recover, and the taxpayers will have to bear the cost to do those capital projects. This council has been tremendously supportive of housing, and under the Strong Mayor tool, we've advanced the zoning for more than 17,000 units. In recent weeks, I've been in discussion with staff on how we can encourage those developments and others to move forward without compromising our DCs. The program I'm proposing today, with careful staff insight, would give staff the authority to enter into Section 27 agreements to defer development charges for purpose-built rentals. I'll just add, longer than is what is already allowed under the Act. Right now, DCs for purpose-built rentals are due on occupancy, but occupancy can be deferred a further 6 years, interest-free, under Bill 17 legislation. That means if they start a construction project today, which very few are doing, and is built in 4 years, they can extend that DC deferral for a further 6 years, which is 10 years, interest-free, before we get our full DCs. That's what can be done today if we do nothing. If we sit on our hands and do nothing, the 17,000 units we've approved, potentially we're not going to collect anything for 10 years. This proposal would allow them to break up those installments over a longer period of time, 12 to 15 years, with interest and a town premium charge from the 7th installment forward. As I said, we can't do anything for the first 6 because the legislation doesn't allow it. By spreading out the payments, the development's financial model, their pro forma, works better and financing becomes easier. The town loses nothing in DCs. In fact, through these agreements, we aim to come out ahead over time. This will also result in our ability to collect property taxes on otherwise stalled projects, and if we are able to spur development, put us in a better position to be able to claim building faster fund payments in advance, from the province in advance. Staff would negotiate these agreements based on the unique need of the development, and the interest and premium charge would help limit the impact to town finances and the taxpayer. Unlike in cases where municipalities are waiving development charges, a deferral program provides a fiscally responsible mechanism to support development by improving project cash flow while maintaining full payment of development interest. I'm going to add, and I think some have heard me say this before, we're starting at 0. We're collecting 0 DCs, we're collecting 0 property taxes right now. And we're going to continue to collect 0 into the future, probably for up to potentially 5 to 10 years, if we do nothing. If in this 2-year pilot project, we can incent maybe 3,000 or 4,000 of the 17,000 units we've approved to get in the ground, and those are built in the next 3 years, DCs are a one-time collected item. Property taxes are every year. If we can start collecting those property taxes in 3 years rather than 7 or 8 years, those extra 4 or 5 years of taxes are more than going to make up for the DCs. And that's what I meant when I said the math works. I welcome questions and hope you continue to support responsible housing development in the town of Ajax. That concludes my remarks. As I said, this this mayor's directive is a little bit different than others in that staff have reviewed and are fully part of this. And I will allow questions to staff on this one as well. So going to the speakers list, I see 2 on there already. We'll start with Councillor Crawford. Councillor Crawford, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question would be, what evidence do we have that the DC deferrals are actually the primary barrier to building?
I'll start, and I'll just say it's due to all of the discussions that I have pretty much on a regular basis. I just actually hung up the phone maybe 8 minutes before this meeting started, speaking with the developer on an approved project, one in Ward 3, that has been sitting for the last, I think, 3 years, not being able to get the pre-sales because the condo market is dead, that they are considering converting to rental, and discussing the necessity for reducing DCs, saying basically, you know, others are doing it. This is what's standing in the way of shovels getting in the ground. And that's just one example. I received an email today from the representative from Belmont, who I talked to on Wednesday at the sponsor appreciation event for the gala, who I told very clearly at that time, we're not looking at DC reductions. We can't afford to do DC reductions. In absence of federal provincial funding to make up the difference, those DC reductions will fall directly on the backs of the taxpayers. There's no getting around it. We still are going to need to maintain our infrastructure and build some new infrastructure and continue to maintain what we have. We can't let things fall into disrepair. If we don't have the DCs, we're going to have to incur debt. And we're going to have to do that anyway, because we're not going to receive anything for probably upwards of 10 years, doing nothing just based on the effects of Bill 23 and Bill 17. I'm not criticizing Bill 23 and Bill 17 because the province is trying to do what we're trying to do, and that's get some incentives to get people to get shovels in the ground, produce housing. Unfortunately, other market conditions, and lending is a big one of them, aren't helping that. So back to your original question, I can probably name 8 at least developers that have come to me regarding DC reduction because they're just stuck. I'll use one other one that we all know of, 310 Kingston Road. And I hope I'm not breaking any rules by sharing this. We all know that project has been at a standstill for over a year. We all see the crane there every day beside Walmart not moving for over a year. They applied through CMHC funding several times, and the plan, the goalposts keep moving when it comes to CMHC. Okay, and now, because market rents have gone down, and because there is a 20% affordable component in that development, their funding approval that they got from CMHC is somewhere in the neighborhood of $36 million less than what it's going to take to build that building. A big way that this specific thing will help move that forward, and this is a real example, is by deferring those DC payments down the road. That allows the project to be built, that allows the building to be occupied, and it allows the revenue stream, the cash flow, to start from those rents, and then the DCs to be paid in installments over time, which is already allowed today under Bill 23 and Bill 17. Just by us spreading it over longer, we make those payments smaller, and those pro forma models work again, because the lenders are really looking at these things, and it's universal. I think everybody's in the same boat. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, you took like 4 minutes of my 5.
Perfect.
You can't do that. So my other question is, why are we not getting any reporting back until after the program is finished? This is like this is a shift. This is a shift to the way we do business. And, you know, we're less than 160 days away from an election. And from what I understand, the deal between the province and the federal government will be announced probably in June. So, you know, why are we rushing through this? Like, do you honestly think in the next 60 days, or actually in the next 160 days, there's going to be a shovel in the ground? I mean, I can go up and put a shovel in the ground right now. That doesn't mean my development's going forward. You know, like, we need to have, we need to understand what the program looks like. Have we done any kind of analysis on how this affects us at the town currently? You know, I feel like delegating this authority, as you said, we can do it anyway. But if you delegate this authority currently and we don't get any reporting back to 2028, if there's issues, we can't wait until 2028. I mean, I may not even be here, right? I don't know. So the last man standing might be the CAO. I have no idea, depending on how this election goes. So, you know, I feel like already you're kind of, not you, this would set up a new council to be totally in the dark for, you know, 2 years at least. Okay.
So I'll start actually with your last statement, because any future council could change this should they choose. It's a bylaw. The council could make a decision. The mayor of the day will have strong mayor powers. I won't be here either. That's a for sure. So, and in 160 days, I don't think we could do this. I think we'll be lame duck council after nominations close on August 21st. So that's why there's a little bit of a time crunch here. At the same time, also, I'm aware of at least 2 properties right now that are close to going into power sale. That's sort of the development industry right now is in danger of some of these failing, which is not what we want. We didn't use mayor's directives and approve some of these projects to have them fail. This is meant to try and incent. Reporting, I have no problem reporting back. I don't know, what's a reasonable amount of time to report back? 6 months?
I think it should be, yeah, 6 months at least.
Okay. So if this was report back in 6 months, and we'll ask staff, because I'm going to ask Ms. Mepham to come in and talk about your other question, which is what is the impact? Because really, it's zero. It's zero. So I'm not going to say it. I'm going to ask our treasurer to please answer that question about the reporting time and what would the impacts be to the taxpayer, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Regional Councillor Crawford. We can definitely report back in 6 months on the progress and the uptake on this program. It will largely depend on who opts into this program. It is a voluntary program. There is an interest component that is charged as the bylaw states after that 6th installment, where this could help with a cash flow of development, there's also that interest component that is over and above what they would normally have to pay. So if a developer was not willing to enter into this long-term agreement, they could still maintain their 6 installments. The way the bylaw was drawn up and tested was that we did add a premium on the deferral so that we could make up the difference in lost cash flow and lost revenue and in any funds that we would have to debenture over that 10 to 15 year period. We could make that up by making sure that the premium covers that shortfall.
So what happens if the region doesn't opt into this?
If the
Well,
region,
this bylaw is,
go ahead, Julie.
I was going to say that this applies to the town of Ajax portion of DCs only.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they could still, right, they could still enter into this agreement, but the region's portion, the region would have to look at what they can do from their side on their share of the DCs.
Just let me add. Right now, the region still falls under the Municipal Act, so they are also subject to the provisions of Bill 23 and Bill 17. So the region has to defer DCs on purpose-built rentals right now until occupancy, and then this isn't deferral like 0 payments for 15 years or 6 years without this program. There's still 6 equal payments starting at occupancy, interest-free, based on this. So the region still is free to enter into Section 27 agreements, or it's obligated. Sorry, regardless. We're just talking about extending it a little further to reduce the amounts and collecting interest from year 7 onwards. Is that correct, Ms. Methven?
So the region has the ability to enter into Section 27 agreements. The Act permits section agreements to be entered into by municipalities with the development community, but that is subject to their authority to approve and their delegation of authority, and they would have to speak to that effect, but they do have the same ability under the Act.
No, but I thought you said they had to under Bill 20, under Bill 23.
I'm referring to the on occupancy in the 6 years.
Through the chair, yes, yeah. So the Act does require municipalities to defer purpose-built rental DCs to the first occupancy. So the first installment would be due then, and then 5 other installments on that anniversary date. So that is a requirement of the Act at this time.
So
Right.
does the same?
That's what I'm
does the
saying.
same-
So they might not allow the extension up to 15, but they have to do the 6 after occupancy.
Right.
So we're under the same rules. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so legislatively, when we collect taxes, we have to pay the region 55%, right? Or whatever the percentage is. And if we don't, if somebody decides not to pay us taxes, we still have to pay the region 55%, right? Like that's legislation, right?
Yeah.
Does that same legislation fall under DCs?
Through the chair, not the taxation. So with
No,
respect
but
to
we share our
DCs and the
DCs,
town
right? We share our DCs with the region, correct?
Yeah.
So the
Julie,
region has their own
I think
DC
what the
bylaw.
counselor is asking is if the developer doesn't pay the DCs, are we still obligated to give that share to the region?
No, we do. No, we only remit the region's portion if we collect the region's portion.
Okay, so it doesn't tie like taxes.
No, it's not.
Okay. I know I have more questions. Can I come back in? I realize I'm 6 minutes in and there's a lot of other questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going to be very lenient with time today.
Okay, thanks.
Those are good questions, though, because again, this is new, and yeah, I want to make sure there's no misunderstandings and full understanding of everything we're going to do. Councillor Lee, I believe you are next.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a reason why we're not opening this up to developments that are not purpose-built rentals? Does the bills limit us specifically to purpose-built rentals?
Yes, the provisions of Bill 23 and Bill 17 are specifically to purpose-built rentals. So the deferral program wouldn't apply to others. I asked the same question because I said, why don't we just do this for all classes? And this was explained to me. And Ms. Mepham, please correct me if I'm saying anything that's incorrect. But that does not preclude the CAO from entering into Section 27 agreements for deferrals with any other class. It just, they wouldn't be able to do it over the same time frame because they don't fall under the 6-year rule and the interest free and those other things. They're just occupancy. At the same time, if you have a purpose-built rental building, you're not collecting sale immediately, right? But if you have a condo building, as soon as there's occupancy, you're receiving the proceeds of the sale and you can now pay the DCs. So there is no deferral needed. So it's a little bit different. That's why they're not lumped into this.
Does the CAO have to do that at the request of council, or they can enter that individually?
They can do that
delegate
individually.
responsibility?
They can do that individually right now based on the acts.
I just think if our purpose, like our reason for doing this is to spur development, we as in council don't really care. Again, we will still get the money back and, with interest in theory, or actually in actuality, but why wouldn't we just open up to, everything? So what you're saying is there is a possibility for that based on the CEO negotiating with the developers individually, correct?
Exactly right.
Okay. Does Bill 17 apply on top of this? So it's just like we're, in a sense, 15 years is the payment time frame. Does Bill 17 add 6 years to that, or is 15 the limit no matter what?
Bill 17, or it might be Bill 23, allows the 6 years, and I think Bill 17 says it's interest free. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I'm talking about is just taking it longer. I don't believe there's anything restrict. We could take it for 50 years if we wanted to, potentially. I don't think there's anything restricting us on that. Is that accurate?
We stay at 15, that's fine. But can a developer now be like, well, actually, Bill 17 gives me an extra 6 on top of this, making it 21, kind of not following the spirit of the law?
No, we're adding 7 to the 6.
And that's the final then. So we're no matter what, at 15 years, they have to pay back.
And 15 is just an arbitrary number that we came to through discussions. It's not, it could be 20, it could be 10.
On that note, then why did we settle on 15 and not 10 and not 20?
I don't know, Ms. Mepham.
Through the chair. So 15 was an example. It's all really based on the cash flow needs of the developer. Some may choose an 8 or 9 or 10-year agreement, and we would be amenable to work with them to determine what is that appropriate cash flow, what is the interest rate that applies. Again, the longer you defer, the more potential interest you will pay over the lifetime of the loan, the deferral. Therefore, we can negotiate those terms.
That's an important distinction, and I'm glad you clarified, because 15 is our cap, but in theory, people could do 7, 8, 9, 10 based on their own.
Whatever makes the numbers work, and that is the intent, right? We will make a little bit on the interest rate differential if they take the full 15 or whatever. Anything over 7 years will actually make some money, because we're going to have to borrow money regardless. We all know this, to do some of these capital projects with or without this program, right? We all know that in 2 years, our DC reserves are going to be in a negative balance just based on what we have in the hopper right now. This is fact. So that which leads to some other things like the 2% asset fee and whatever. But the key here is our borrowing rate will be lower than the interest rate charged.
Yep.
So they will be paying a bit of a premium, which helps offset the delay. Because usually if we get DCs, if Bill 23 and Bill 17 didn't exist, we would get DCs on occupancy on permit, whenever that is. And we would keep that money and we would make some interest on that money until it came time to spend that money. We don't have that anymore due to the legislation anyway, but that interest rate differential actually helps over time just to keep up with the increasing cost that happens over time.
So 10 days ago, the director of finance with the consultants kind of outlined our long-term financial strategy and, the possible need for a 1 or 2% levy, specifically because of our DC reserves. Does this bylaw change the calculus of that report? I mean, obviously, when the consultants were doing the report, they weren't factoring in repayment over 15 years with interest. Does this change the report at all?
I will just say, and then turn it over to Ms. Mapham, that we don't know when shovels will go in the ground. So any calculations that were done were best guesses, I will assume. My hope for this is actually it will improve those numbers because it will actually get shovels in the ground sooner. But Ms. Mapham, can you speak to the specifics of the calculations, please?
Yes, through the chair. So we will, I mean, the model and the presentation that was built was based on a lot of assumptions as well, and moving forward with all the capital projects in our DC background study. You know, there with a model, there's always going to be ebbs and flows when you're looking at your actual results. And we won't really know the magnitude of this until we actually see developments come to the forefront. And that's why it was set as a 2-year pilot to enable us to determine what that volume looks like. It will have impacts in, I think, from a DC perspective. We will have to take on DC debt upfront. Maybe now it may be a little bit more than what we anticipated, but it could actually help as well, because if we didn't have these developments come forward, you know, potentially we wouldn't be collecting those DCs until year 5 or 6 of what was in our forecast, whereas now the payments will be slow, or will be lower initially, but at least we will get some cash flow to help offset some of the costs that are already in there, and the debenture costs that we actually are paying from our DC reserve funds as it is.
I would just
the mayor's theory.
I would just add, Julie, that at the same time we'll be starting the cash flow. We'll also be receiving the property tax payments and potentially the BFF funding that we have not been getting because we're not meeting our housing targets.
That was going to be one of my questions. Hold on the BFF funding, but just in terms of the property tax, they start paying as soon as shovels go in the ground or until occupancy?
Occupancy.
So there's still really a gap regardless of not receiving any money, either DCs or property tax until occupancy. And you know, some of these purpose-built rentals could take years to build. I mean, they are skyscrapers and whatnot, right? So that could take the full 15 years in theory, right? I've never seen a large building be built in under a year, for example.
No, but if it took 15 years, I would suggest that's a one-way trip to bankruptcy for the developer. I mean, there's a lot of costs incurred and there's a lot of time and carrying. And this is part of the issue, Councillor Lee, and I'm glad you bring it up. Time is money. If you are a developer, and I'm not saying, you know, boohoo to the developers, okay? I mean, everybody's in business to make money, and I respect their right to turn a profit. But in today's environment, that's just not happening. Yet property taxes and interest on mortgages continue while this waiting game goes on. At the same time, we are receiving zero, but we still have to maintain our infrastructure at the same time. So doing nothing to me is not an option here, because doing nothing guarantees we're not going to receive DCs or tax payments or BFF funds for much, much, much longer. And I'm not saying everybody's going to jump on this and do it. If 2 or 3 do it, I look at that as a win, because that's 2 or 3 that aren't going to do it now if we do nothing. Right. Yep. So at least it will generate those sooner rather than later. That's the whole intent. And that's why it's a limited time thing. If you want to do this, you can do it now, and we will allow you to defer at basically no cost to the municipality, but there is benefit.
Are we able to calculate how much of a bonus we're going to get from the province? For example, Premier Ford just announced, $4.4 million Pickering received for exceeding housing targets in 2025. Ideally, let's say this spurs all our developers to kind of get their act in order. Are we factoring that into the numbers as well of like our bonus, or what that could be? I'm
not. This is just that to me would be bonus. If we did get the BFF funding after a recalculation, because they didn't count properly the first time. The federal government didn't calculate properly the first time. We argued we did get the $4 million in BFF Building Faster funding in our first year. We've not reached those housing targets in any of the years since. If we get that, that would be amazing. But I'm not going to include funds that
We're not going to
that-
bank on it, but we could get it. That could fill some of the hole or DCs in the
it
interim.
absolutely could.
Okay. Last question. I appreciate the leniency. Is you mentioned there are municipalities waiving DCs, Brampton, Vaughan, Toronto. Why was that not proposed? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same calculus of let's waive DCs, spur development, we'll get property tax sooner, and start making more money faster. Why was that not considered?
I think, first of all, we don't know what the program is yet. We know the federal government has approved some 8.1 or 8.2 or something billion dollars.
Yeah.
Okay, and they've delegated the provinces to administer the program, but nobody knows what the program is. We were at an event a couple weeks ago. I was where the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rob Flack, spoke, and I took the opportunity that night to ask him, when might we get the information on this, other shoe dropping and what this program looks like, because a lot of people are asking about it. And he said 3 to 4 weeks, which would put us into the first week of June. And once we get that information, yeah, we can look at that. But I'm not willing to look at reducing DCs right now, because any reduction, and this is again that phone call I had 8 minutes before this meeting, any reduction in DCs, just like any reduction in taxes for a senior's tax credit, for example, or anything else, still has to be paid. It's basically just taking it from one and putting it on the other. So if we give a developer a 50% reduction in their DCs without a guarantee that the provincial plan, or the federal plan being ministered by the province is going to make us whole, that becomes a download, and everything that's being said online is true. That's not what we're doing here. Ms. Mapham, is that accurate?
Yes, that would be accurate. We did have those discussions, and for sure we came forward with the deferral because it is something that still protects the overall DC collections in the long term. Yes, it does stretch it out over a period of time, but we are not exempting any DC payments with this.
Would it be fair to say, Ms. Metham, that staff would support a DC deferral program like this, but not a DC reduction program? In absence
Yes,
of,
that is definitely the.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
And
yes.
then last question is, so in theory, there's this program coming from the province and the feds, $8 billion across, Ontario municipalities. Can developers take advantage of both, or are we kind of saying? I know we don't have details yet, but could theoretically a developer take advantage of both programs if they were to be released in the next month, as you say?
I would say yes. We're going to be looking at this when we know what it is. Okay. Yep. But since we don't know what it is, and I'm not willing to wait and see, because as I said, time is money. We were going to go ahead, hopefully, if council supports this today, which I certainly hope you will. I don't see why anybody wouldn't. But if somebody enters into a Section 27 agreement, is there anything stopping them if a better deal comes along for that particular developer from getting out of that agreement and going with the deferral with the reduction program, Ms. Melton?
Through the mayor, no, we could build some leniency into the agreement to make sure that any more favorable program can be tapped into. And even if we were to enter into an executed agreement, a Section 27 agreement, that can be amended subsequent to the original execution to take advantage of those programs.
I also hope there's some sort of penalty that can be applied as well for utilizing staff time when they're in a sense shopping for a better offer, but that's minutia. That's, I guess, not for this meeting. Thank you, Chair, for the questions.
Just, Councillor Lee, let me add one thing while you can still hear me anyway. Not every development is going to be the same. That's why there's not real specifics in this. This is up to negotiation between the treasurer and the CEO of the Section 27 agreement with each developer based on their current needs. So yeah, that definitely will be built in, but some may want 10, some may not want to participate in this at all, but it allows the flexibility for that. And one of the flexibility would be if another program comes along that is, more applicable to that particular developer. Councillor Tyler Moore, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any option to defer this action today? I ask because it feels like, we're drinking out of a fire hose. It's amazing information, and I do appreciate your insight as always. But is that anything that we could take a little bit more time on this, or are we're here and it's now?
Well, I said I'm going to be very lenient of time, which I think I am. I let the last two people go about 7 minutes over and ask all their questions. And I want to make sure that we're being very, very thorough in this because I am sympathetic to it being an election year and having some extra oversight, and everything seems to appear online these days. I'm not understanding how. Like, are you talking next week? Are you talking another month?
Right.
The problem is, again, we're in an election cycle. We have one meeting left before the summer break. So we don't really have the luxury of deferring. That's the same as doing nothing. So what would it be that you would need that you couldn't ask today that to satisfy and make you comfortable with this?
Well, the obviously this is very important from the standpoint of council, and it's very important from standpoints of residents, evidently, and to the developers. So one of the things I would like to see is a staff report and getting their opinion. Although we, like you say, you're right, we do have staff here. So anything I need to ask, we can ask. So I wanted to ask that question. I'll leave it there for a moment. But as Marilyn said, as Regional Councillor Crawford said, I may want to get back in, but I'll just leave it there for now, if that's okay.
No, that's fine. As I said in my opening, this is here because just sort of tagging on to another more urgent matter that needed to be dealt with today. I want councillors to ask all the questions to staff that they want to ask today. I don't think you need a staff report if you can ask every question. This is not like other marriage directives where it's just me. This is something that staff have reviewed, that staff are comfortable with, that staff wrote. I would like you to ask all of those questions that you can today. Kicking it down the road, I'll liken this to the region with the 10-year capital plan that I talked about 2 days ago. Yeah. To me, we're elected to make these difficult decisions. Non-decisions, because there's an election coming, isn't the way we should be looking at and dealing with problems. Nothing's going to get easier, and nothing's going to get cheaper and more affordable. Yeah. With time is money, and I feel there is an urgency. Otherwise, this wouldn't be here today.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Mayor Collier. And excellent questions. Thank you to my colleagues. So some of mine have been answered. So I just want to understand, editing remarks, Mayor Collier, you said currently, for example, it takes a developer 4 years to build the building, and then they get the deferral for 6 years to pay, equaling 10 years before we would receive any of the DCs. But then you said this bylaw will allow, you made mention to 3 years before we would be able to collect DC. So I just want to understand that because I didn't understand it when you said it.
Okay. Yeah, and no, I don't believe that. Well, it's definitely not what I meant. But under the current Bill 23 and Bill 17 legislations from the province, a developer can today not pay development charges until occupancy. Usually, they had to pay it when they pulled the permit, when the shovels first went in the ground. Yep. And then through Section 27 agreements, we allowed some developers on individual basis to defer that until the foundation was complete and they came above the ground. And now Bill 23 and Bill 17 allows it at occupancy. They also allow 6 years past that to pay it. So at occupancy right now, there's a 6 year period and they have to make 1/6, and they have the option of paying 1/6 each year. So if their DCs are 6 million, they would pay 1 million a year for 6 years if they choose. They can still pay all 6 up front, but it's interest free. So I don't know why they would. So when I talked about the time frame, if a shovel went in the ground today, I would agree on a 25-story building, it might take 3 years to build. I can use the Pat Bailey Square Medallion buildings as an example. Okay, they take about three years or so. That's assuming permit is pulled today. And then deferral of 6 years would mean the final payment would be in 9 years. All we're suggesting is we make that final payment in 15 years. So the payments would be a little bit lower over time, and interest would be applied from 7 years on. If nothing changes, it's my fear that shovels aren't going to go in the ground today, which I think we know they're not, and that they might not go in the ground for another 2 or 3 or 4 years, which would mean it could be even, way outside the 9 years before we actually get our DCs paid. So that's all this is meant to be, is sort of a 2-year incentive program to try and get shovels in the ground sooner rather than later, and start generating those property taxes sooner rather than later, because we're not going to see the DCs anyway. There's no change. We're not seeing the DCs anyway, but the property taxes would start every year, and potentially the BFF funding through the province sooner rather than later. And you've heard me say this probably dozens of times, the only way, and these councillors, you guys running again, should be saying this at the doors, the only way that we're ever going to address and try and stabilize the property tax impact for the taxpayer is by broadening our tax base. We need more density. We need more to split the pie more ways, like Toronto does, for instance.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I understand. Yeah.
Because they have more people.
Okay, thank you. Yep. So is there something then, so it's all based on incentivizing the developer to start building faster?
Correct.
Or sooner? Okay. Is there anything within the bylaw that guarantees that if they go this route? Or could they just take it, be enticed to use this extension of deferral, but still take as long as, the 4 years, 5 years before shovels are in the ground, just extending it further? Is there a built-in guarantee?
That's a great question. And I had this discussion with CEO Shane Baker this morning, so I'll let him give the answer.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? I was still trying to figure out what was going on the last 5 minutes.
So,
Yes.
CEO Baker, the question is, what is to stop a developer entering into a Section 27 agreement, but then still not going ahead and putting shovels in the ground? Our discussion this morning was exactly that. I want if you don't do this by a certain time, then this goes away. Can you speak to that?
So I want to start at the beginning a little bit here, which is I'm assuming that council is aware that municipalities are under a lot of pressure to waive DCs outright, and there are a number of municipalities who have waived DCs outright. Myself, the treasurer, senior staff, we don't want to see that happen here. So we have come up with this alternative solution that sees us receive our DCs, but over a longer period, and we charge interest so that it does not cost the taxpayer any money. That we will make sure that there is nothing lost. If we waive DCs, then there is money lost. So that's the premise of how this idea came to be, and other municipalities are doing it, and it's becoming an accepted practice. The province is also asking us to find creative ways to try and help development get started because of the way the economy is today. And obviously, our focus here is on housing and getting housing starts, as we've talked about many, many times. However, with all that said, we need to make sure that there's proper checks and balances and securities in place in these agreements. That's why the MD is written in such a way where it actually says that there's some basic guidelines as to how they would be laid out, but then it says in any other appropriate provision as deemed necessary, something like that, by the CAO and the treasurer, because every development is different, and sometimes every developer has different needs or whatever. Some of them may only want an extra 5 years. Some of them may want to go 10 or 15 years. But absolutely, the whole purpose of this is to make sure that they're building. So there will be provisions in the agreement that requires them to get shovels in the ground, and there'll be timelines that need to be met, and there'll be penalties if they're not met, including revoking the agreement. Like, we will not be fooling around. So the intent of this whole exercise is to stimulate building of housing, and that's how these agreements would be structured.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So then the terms of the agreement, when they enter into it, that sounds to me like, will they be locked into those terms?
Yes.
For example, let's say a developer says, oh, we only need 5 years, but then halfway through says, you know what, we need 7 or 10. So where's the flex? Is there flexibility, or are they locked in when they sign?
So there would be provision in the agreement that the agreement, and this is normal in most agreements, that the agreement can be changed pending the agreement of both parties. So they can come to us and they can say, this is what we need. We need an extension for X, Y, Z, but they have to prove to us why. So if they came, as an example, if they came to us and said, listen, we thought we were only going to need an extension of 5 years, but we have this other project that we've got going. We don't have the finances available, and that's, taking more of our capital than we thought. Can we get an extra 2 or 3 years? Can we extend it for an extra 2 or 3 years? Then we would do our due diligence and make sure that that's the case. And it's all negotiable, but at some point, I mean, I think council is aware that, we do agreements all the time, and we are not going to, we're going to make sure that we hold our ground when it needs to be held, but also make sure that the agreement meets the intent of the purpose.
Okay. Because if this really is meant to speed things up, then I don't know that there should be flexibility at that part of the agreement of when shovels will be in the ground, possibly on the other end of when DCs are charged. Otherwise, they're just going to be extended, and we've just given somebody a break to pay less for, over longer terms. Yeah. And then my only comment, I know we don't have a lot of condo applications in, but it also sounds like an enticement for the condo developers to switch to purpose-built rentals, which we've had happen already. And it sounds like the mayor had a conversation with somebody that's leaning that way too. And how do we not make that enticing so that we don't end up with all rentals and no condos?
I'll take this one, Shane.
All right.
And Councillor Bauer, thank you for bringing that up, because that's exactly what I've been saying for like the last 3 years, ever since all of these incentives started, like the federal government saying they're going to waive HST on purpose-built rental, and then the province following suit. Bill 23, which allowed, I think it was Bill 23, but it might have been Bill 91 or whatever. There's been so many that allowed, depending on whether it's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 3 bedroom units, a portion, 15, 20, or whatever percent of the DCs to be reduced for those. In some cases, if you're building affordable, there's no DCs payable on affordable.
Right.
Now allowing deferral. You can still defer on a condo building. You can still defer till occupancy on a condo building. And it's paid because when you sell the building, you get your money. And it's not actually the builder paying the DCs, it's the purchaser paying the DCs, just like it's the renter paying the DCs. It gets added into the rent. By spreading it out, it makes that rent more affordable. So every incentive that there is has been directed at purpose-built rental, and that's all we're getting. And we have every single developer, 101 Pat Bailey, Matrix, was supposed to be condo. It's rental. The Your Homes development on Lake Driveway in your area on the bend there beside Giant Tiger was supposed to be condo. It's going to be rental. I don't know. I can't think of others off the top of my head, but I can tell you we have one developer still willing to build condo on their first phase, and I'm holding them to it. But they're after me for DC reductions, and I've told them we're not doing reductions. We're only looking at deferrals, but at the same time, they want to switch to rentals because that's where all the other incentives are. There's nothing like it's very challenging. Look at Toronto.
Yeah.
Look at Pickering. I saw an article in the Toronto Star today, or is it maybe yesterday, that said, you know, a property that was something like $1.6 million a condo back in the day, which is about 4 years ago, just sold for $700,000. You know, they can't give them away now. They're selling for 50% of what they were built for. It's happening as close as in Pickering. They've got condos for sale now in the low 300s. So everybody's going to purpose-built rental. There is now a developer in Toronto that's looking to spend, I don't know how many billions of dollars to buy up a bunch of the condos that are available and turn them into rentals. Everything is going that way. There's nothing we can do to stop that, but it's already happened. Like the horse is out of the barn on this. They've already all converted except for the one that I'm trying very hard to keep, because you're absolutely right. We still need condos. We still need ownership. You can't have all and not the other. But that's market conditions, and there's nothing we can do about that. If it happens, it happens.
Thank you. Okay. And then I just follow up on something Regional Councillor Lee asked about, and that was if there was a better program that came into effect after a developer entered into this type of agreement with us, that there would be room for them to pursue, you know, a different program. So, and maybe I didn't understand that right, so you can clarify that. But if that is the case, will there be a penalty or some sort of, I guess penalty really is the only word I can think of, for an exit from, you know, an amenable agreement to them, but they ditch it because they found something better?
I don't want to speak for the CEO because he answered this question, but I personally wouldn't want to see there being a type of penalty. I think there is enough additional charges that affect affordability already. We have our parkland acquisition, we have our community benefit charge, we have our planning fees, we have our securities that we collect. Then there's the eventual DCs. If a developer was to break the Section 27 agreement because it fitted their business model better to say, take the DC reduction, which would only be available if we were guaranteed to get topped up by the federal program being administered by the province, we would get our DCs sooner. We would get our DCs at occupancy rather than 6, 8, 10, 15 years later. So I think that would probably be more of a benefit to the town. We would lose the interest, but we would get them sooner, and we would be able to take that money and use it and not have to borrow, or invest it and create investment income on it until we do need it. I would see those as benefits to the town. So I wouldn't want to be putting any type of extra cost or barrier on that. Councils certainly could if they wanted to, I guess, but I don't want to complicate things anymore. It's already pretty complicated with all the different legislations and all the different rules.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions for now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you for letting me back in. With this bill, how long does the builder have to wait to switch, if they want to, from rental to condo to selling units? Like, is there a provision in there with this bill?
I don't know if the director of planning is on here. I don't know what the rules are regarding that, because I think that would be addressed through site plan. But can somebody from planning address that?
No, but if they opt into this deferral, like this program, right? We're already giving them relief
they
for
can
a
only
rental.
opt into this program if it was purpose-built rental.
But what if they decide, oh, condo market looks great, I want to go rental to condo now, but they're already opted into this program.
Not something that I've anticipated. Maybe Ms. Andis, can you answer this?
Yes. So if a development wanted to switch from rental to condo, they would have to apply to the town for a draft plan of condominium application, and they would have to conduct the various studies and submit the supporting material associated with that. And then from
So sorry.
From the perspective of what happens with the development charges, I will defer that to Director Beppa.
Yes, through the chair. If a development were to switch to condos or vice versa after the fact, the agreement would be ineligible because it's specifically drafted for the purpose-built rentals. So if the terms within the agreement are no longer able to be met, that would render the agreement null, and we would have to have some further conversations to get that conversion done.
Okay, thank you. Has the agreement already been drafted up?
No, it has not at this point.
So will council have a chance to see the agreement once it's done?
I would say, I mean, the agreements will be or could be potentially unique to each situation. I think the core of the agreement would be, relatively static, but the provisions will vary depending on the cash flow needs and the requirements of each development.
Who's doing the agreement?
So we will be engaging a legal counsel to assist us through this agreement, and I can hand it over to CAO Baker if he wants to add more to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've done one of these before, and in that particular case, we went out for outside legal for advice, obviously, but. And I haven't had this discussion with the mayor, but if it makes council so the execution of the negotiation would be myself and the treasurer, and maybe I would pull in some other senior staff as well, depending on what's involved in the agreement, so that I'm fully aware of what's happening. Probably planning staff as well. But if council wants to see the agreements after they're executed, I don't see a problem with that. Mr. Mayor, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but
No, I don't have a problem with that. We're not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just asking. I'm asking.
Yeah, but you bring up a good point, Councillor, and that is that we won't be able to have one standard agreement where we just change the name and change the amount and change the dates, because these are going to just based on every building will be different. Their funding agreements will be different, and it's going to have to be unique to each one. They're going to have the same basics, like the same provisions and whichever for timeframes and that type of thing. I just want to follow up on one of the other questions that you or maybe Councillor Bauer asked, and that was about timeframe. And we've approved some mayor's directives where we say you need to be in site plan within 1 year. And there's been a couple where, they were in 14 months because it took longer because let's use 190 Westley for the example, because that's what I'm talking about. It's a very complex building. It's a 62-story building. It's very complex. It took longer to get the engineering drawings and that in place. I was in discussion with them about potentially putting a police station, a 50,000 square foot police station in the podium. There was back and forth the region. There was extenuating circumstances that caused that 1 year time frame to need to become longer. And we accommodated that because we saw progress. It's not like they just sat on their hands for a year and then came and said, oh, we need more time. There was any site plan application has to have a certain amount of consultants do different reports on traffic and all traffic movements and lighting and shadows and all the other things that form part of the site plan application. As long as we see that progress going ahead. CMHC financing sometimes takes a long time dealing with upper levels of government to get your answers. If they're waiting on an approval and it goes past the drop dead date of shovels in the ground, but we can see there's been progress, I would expect staff to be able to work with them and you know, give a 30-day or whatever is needed to get this done. I understand those, but everyone's going to have to be a little bit different and treated a little bit differently based on the
That's
situation.
fair. Who determines a property is eligible for this program, or is there any eligibility guidelines for that?
Any purpose-built rental would be eligible. We can't, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Differentiate between what is a good project and what is a bad project. If somebody is building purpose-built rentals and wants to come forward and apply under this program, that will be up to the CEO and the treasurer to look at that business model and you know, make the decisions on sort of how that looks, what the timeframes are, and whichever going forward.
Okay, so what if a current project underway right now comes to us and says, we want that deal?
I did think about this. I don't have a problem with it because, again, right now, based on Bill 23 and Bill 17, we can't collect DCs till occupancy anyway. So as long as the building isn't already at occupancy, I mean, I don't think it really has any effect, but I can't think of an example where that could happen right now either, because so little is getting built.
Isn't Pat Bailey Square considered purpose-built rental?
It is. It is.
There's one
For
example.
the two future towers, they haven't commenced yet, so they would be eligible for this new one. I would actually use 310 Kingston Road as a better example because the foundation is in the ground. So it is started, but we haven't collected DCs on that project yet because they have a Section 27 agreement deferring DC payment till when the foundation comes out of the ground. And we know that project's been halted for over a year.
Do we see that moving soon?
I would love to see that moving soon. Again, that's the one where CMHC financing came in approximately 30 million or so under what was needed to get that moving. By doing this today, that would certainly help. I don't know what the DCs are on that, but that would help. Just let me switch gears for 1 second, because I had a meeting with the region this morning and the CAO and their treasurer, Nicole, and Mary Simpson and one of our staff to talk about this similar thing at the region, because we only collect 35% of the taxes for Ajax. So if Ajax Council approves this, it's only a piece of the puzzle. It really is important that the region also come on board. Like, they can still, as we've already talked about today, defer up till occupancy plus the 6 years. But
And
I think
they have,
yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we just did a hotel one last week. So they've done it in other classes too. But I think it's important that we're on the same page and we don't have different rules for different municipalities, but that's a topic for another day. But what I talked about was, you know, we've made sure in all of our mayor directive approvals for housing that there's an affordable component. And there's a real challenge with that, because with market rates and market rents coming down upwards of 30% in some cases in Ajax, that's what the numbers are saying, that the statistics are saying market rents are 30% lower than their peak. And then you've got a building like 310 Kingston Road, which has 20% affordable component. So if there's 350 units in there, that's about 70 affordable units. The region is in a real risk of losing those affordable units, because developers are going to be coming to a position where in order to qualify for financing, they're going to have to access those affordable units. And this is my discussion with the region today. We as municipalities, whether it's regional or lower tier, have to be pivoting to address the market situations or we're all going to lose. This is one of those pivots, but the affordable component, and I want council to really be aware, we're in real danger of losing that kind of big carrot that we hung out in front of people to get these done and get these moving forward, just because of financial requirements to get the projects moving as a whole. I thought that's just important to add.
Okay, so do we have, or can we have any assurances? I think maybe you just answered this, that any of the savings that are passed on to the developer will be passed on to the residents that come into these buildings.
I know that bill, whichever the bill was that allowed the, you know, the 10%, the 15%, the 20%, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 bedroom units reduction, there's nothing in the legislation that says those savings have to be passed on to the end user. The HST waiver, there's nothing in the legislation from what I saw that says that those have to be passed on. In the case of the affordability, they have to be, I don't know what the percentage is, I think it might be 20% below whatever market is. That has to happen. But no, I'm not aware of any kind of provision that we have that makes sure that has to be passed on. In the case of purpose-built rental, though, these are developers that are building and owning. They're not selling the property. So I would absolutely, if some of these incentives applied to condos and the developer can still sell them for full price and pocket that money, yeah, that would really concern me. But in this case, that's not what happens. The renters have to keep the building. They're not selling the building. They're owning it, maintaining it, and collecting rents. That is market driven. We can't control rents. As I said, they've come down by about 30%. And that's what is really affecting a lot of these business models right now. DCs is another of the big effects. But no, I don't believe there's a provision to make sure that happens.
There's no obligation. There's no obligation.
No, it's market. Rent is market.
Okay. So, like you said, this mayor directive is very different than other mayor directives. Is there the ability to bake into this bylaw? And I don't know if that means an amendment. I don't know what that means, but the ability to have quarterly check-ins on over the next 2 years on how many developers have bought into this, where they are in their projects, outstanding balances, defaults, who chose to go with the federal provincial program and opted out of this. Like, I feel for me, and I think, you talk about online, it's our reality. That's what we have. And I think that if I wouldn't want to be so bold to speak on behalf of our residents, but I think the fact that, and I understand your rationale for it, but the reason that this meeting came out like less than 24 hours made all of council sort of scramble over the last little while to try to figure out, what does this really mean? And all of residents are now feeling like it's, perhaps not as transparent, just saying, if I could be so bold, in for them too. And I think that by having quarterly check-ins, it helps to assure residents that that whoever the council is of the day is understanding what the risks are, if there's any risks, what if the deal is potentially successful. Has this been a successful program? What are our infrastructure shortfalls, let's say, and how do we address that?
Yeah, no.
So I don't know how to do that, but I feel like that might be an easier way to get buy-in on this. I understand. I don't see a massive risk. I don't. But again, it's not about me seeing it. It's about the transparency from council, whatever the council is, to our residents and being them able to see what's happening.
No, I agree with you. I already have, and I was waiting till everybody spoke, but the clerk has some wording for an amendment with regards to the reporting. It would fall under item 4 in the bylaw where it says the finance staff be directed to implement and to be reported back to council at the end of December 2028. I believe that would be amended to say to report back to council quarterly, or whichever semi-annually I think you originally asked, because I think that's important. Obviously, is it working? It could be nobody's taken advantage of this.
It could. Yeah, it could. It could.
All of them have, which would be a great problem to have, We can't keep up with all the requests. That would be a great problem to have.
And I think that all that visibility and transparency for the residents to actually see too is incredibly important, because again, like you said, nobody might take it up and everybody might be taking it up. So yeah, I would really appreciate that. That would make me feel better.
Yeah, to your other point about the time frame, I did kind of apologize that at the beginning. We are in an election mode now, and there are very few meetings, so we kind of have to make things fit where they are. Everybody's busy. I didn't want to call another meeting in a week to deal with this again separately, so we just sort of batched them together. And as far as social media, I don't have the issue with the social media piece. What I have the issue with is the post the whole thing, like give all the information. Don't post a piece of it and let people speculate and create all kinds of fears and unnecessarily and opinions.
Well, I gotta tell you, your comment at regional council or at COW kind of took me off by guard with the 15-year deferral, because I was like, oh, I was swallowing my tongue on that one. So I think that changed, right? That all changed, correct? Yeah. Okay. So
that's my fault.
I think. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's my questions for now. Thank you.
But I will, Councillor, tell you, this, if approved today, is going to regional council on the 27th. And the motion will be asking for notice of that motion, which will require 2/3 for the region to consider a similar program. So I'll let everybody know about that right now. That's always been the intent. The clerk has the information, and they should have already circulated it with regional council. But good questions. Thank you. Councillor Henry, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've mentioned here today that you've been working with staff on this and had consultation with staff. When did that start? Because like the rest of my council, I assume I heard about this in a meeting that was online at regional council.
Okay.
And then heard nothing since then until yesterday when it popped up in my calendar out of nowhere. So when did this consultation with staff start?
Well, first, I did say when I talked about regional council, more information on June 1st, because that was the date that this was scheduled to have a special meeting. Maybe, I'm not sure if Director McClarty is on here or not. I don't remember the date, but I issued a mayor's directive several weeks ago asking staff to put these numbers together because I'm inundated with calls from development about what's happening with this. When are we going to waive our DCs, all these things, which I don't have answers to. So I had staff preparing these numbers. Ms. McClarty, do you know when that directive was issued?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, I believe the directive was issued in April, and we provided the preliminary research to you towards the end of April, and then it just evolved from there into the conversations.
I think we've had 3 meetings with myself, you, and the treasurer and the CEO, probably at least 3, to sort of put this together since then.
But no communication to us as council.
Well, respectfully, Councillor Henry, there's a lot of stuff that happens that I don't initially share with council because some of it doesn't actually come to fruition. I want to be able to bring something to council that's fully baked, not an idea generally. And this is really,
Mr. Mayor, you did go out and publicly talk about this and not consult your council.
That is fair.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
So with regards to how this goes forward, who has final say on this once this is done here today, if this passes? You're saying the CAO and the treasurer are the ones that will make up the deals. You may let us see the deals, but we as a council have no control over each individual deal. Is that correct?
Well, let me give a bit more explanation to this. First, the do nothing approach, developers for purpose-built rental already have the right to not pay DCs for 6 years after occupancy. Sorry, to split their DCs into
Sorry,
6
Mr.
payments.
Mayor, I'm on limited time and respectfully,
No,
I
you're
just
not.
want to
You're not
know.
on limited time. I'm answering your question. I've let everybody go at least 7 to 10 minutes over. You're not on limited time. Developers can already go 6 installment payments, equal installment payments after occupancy. If we do nothing today, they can already do that. They don't have to enter into a Section 27 agreement. They have that right as of Bill 23 and Bill 17. So let's just get that clear. All we are talking about today is extending it past that 6 years that is given through the Provincial Act up to a cap of 15 years. That 15 years is arbitrary. It could be 20, it could be 10, it could be anything. So 7 additional years with the intent of just spreading out the payment with interest applied to make the financing models work better and to make it easier. So that's number one. That's the only decision we're making today if council approves this bylaw, which I hope they do. Regardless of that, there's nothing stopping the CAO and the treasurer of doing Section 27 agreements on their own, outside of council, should they choose, because that is what the Act says. So that's where we are today. All I'm trying to do here is let's put some guardrails around it. Let's make this an official policy so everybody's on the up and up and everybody knows what's going on. Yes, I get your point about I could have provided more input to council on this earlier, but the very real answer to that is this was only finalized yesterday and it wasn't expected to go till June 1st. And as I said earlier, because of necessity of another matter, we're dealing with it today. Very honestly, I don't see the necessity to delay, but honestly, this is very important. If it's going to fail and you need a meeting on June 1st, we'll do a meeting on June 1st. I'll haul
I
all
would
the
have
staff.
preferred a proper council meeting at the scheduled time, because although you were on calls with developers, I had residents reaching out to me till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning about this meeting and this agenda.
Okay.
So there has not been enough time for proper consultation. We as a council have not, we get 24 hours notice on something you announce at a regional council meeting where you've had ample time to discuss with staff, but not your council. I don't think that's fair.
Well, Councilor Henry, as I said, I'm not watching the clock today. I'm giving everybody the opportunity to ask CEO Baker, Director Mepham, myself, anybody, as many questions as they want to get that comfort level. It wasn't planned to come today. It's just because this meeting happened as a request from staff yesterday, this meeting happened today, we're here. So please ask all the questions. You can lecture me if you want to, but ask as many questions.
It's not a lecture. I want you to understand that something goes in our calendar within 24 hours where we already have scheduled meetings in the afternoon that we have to deal with. And then we have to do community consultation plus the feedback from all of our constituents that we're getting. And then we have to prepare questions for the meeting about content that we have not been provided a staff report on or very little information. I've not even had consultation with any staff member on this.
You're using up your time lecturing me. I've already conceded that, yes, I didn't give council a lot of time because I didn't have a lot of time. As I said, this was finished yesterday and the meeting was called today for another matter. You can ask your questions of staff.
So I'd like
now
to know who, once this happens, moving forward, who has the ability to change the agreement? Does the council of the day have the ability to see each agreement before it goes into fruition, or no? Who has signing authority? No.
As I was saying, the CAO already has the authority to enter into Section 27 agreements based on the Act. So already council doesn't get to say what's in the agreement because the CAO already has that delegated authority. This is basically talking about going above what the Act says, which is an extension to the 6 years. Do you really
Yes,
want to
I-
see every agreement before it comes and have council and staff spend hours on every single agreement before it comes? That we don't do that on anything else.
You're asking for an extension. You're asking me for a vote for an extension that can affect a future council and taxpayers. And you're asking me not to ask these questions about, do I want to
I'm
see
not
this?
saying don't ask the questions, but you're saying you want to review every Section 27 agreement before it's approved. And I'm saying this
I'm
is
not
not
saying I
real.
want to. I want to know how it works. I'm asking the
Okay.
question.
But CAO Baker is
I
here.
think it's a fair question.
Sure. CAO Baker, can you answer that? Or Ms. Maybe next.
I'll take a shot at it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Henry, the mayor is correct. Well, first, again, I'm going to backtrack a little bit. So yes, I'd say we've had about 3 meetings, and the meetings started out like, as I mentioned before, municipalities are under a lot of pressure to waive DCs outright. I believe Burlington's waiving fees, Mississauga's waiving fees, Vaughan's waiving. I'm not sure about Mississauga, maybe Vaughan, maybe probably Director McClarty can talk about all of the different ones that are currently waiving development charges. And I'm absolutely opposed to that. I don't think it's in the best interest of our taxpayers and our ability to meet our asset management plan and so on and so on. So, but we're under a lot of pressure to deal with DCs.
Remember that?
So, so the discussion started out on, okay, what are these other municipalities doing? So we did a bit of research to find out, how they're waiving DCs, how are they paying for their infrastructure, all that kind of stuff. So that kind of started the whole discussion. And then we morphed to talking about alternatives. So that's how we got where we were. But the mayor is absolutely correct. I have a legal opinion that says that in the Planning Act, I can enter into a Section 27 agreement to just extend, to defer DC payments past, to enter an agreement to do that. And it doesn't require council approval. However, we all wanted it to come to council today so that council had full transparency that this is what we wanted to do coming forward, and actually ask for your approval to give us authority to enter into those agreements. Now, if we were to be, as I mentioned before, if we were to be providing those agreements as they're done, providing them to, or updating council as to how these agreements were structured, I mean, we can even do that. I mean, I don't think they're going to happen every single day. So as they come up, we can do that if you like. And if there's something about those agreements when I'm discussing them with council that you don't like and you want to direct me, we would prefer you don't do that in the future, or why did you do this? Educate you as we go along. I mean, let's face it, none of us are, this is new ground for all municipalities. I think you know that, right? Like there's this huge housing push on. So that's how we got to where we are today. So your question was, who has the authority to change it after it's been entered into? Once the agreement is signed, in my view, it's signed. Like that agreement is done. We can educate council on how that was structured, all of the discussions that came about in doing it, like we've done before with different types of agreements with council. And if you have issues with how it played out, then you can direct staff in the future. We prefer that you don't do that, or that you do this, or look at more of these, something like that.
So
The purpose of us coming here today is to make sure that we are being totally transparent with council and give you the opportunity to approve the policy, even though it's not required.
how many of these agreements have you entered into?
One, we've done one, but it was last year, I think.
So moving forward, if this was to come to fruition and be passed today, you would come back and report to council, according to what the mayor is saying is in his amendment, quarterly, about the agreements that have been passed after the fact. Yes? Just yes or no? I just need a yes or no.
I haven't seen the amendment, but I'm willing to report however you're willing to get the mayor to change his MD. Like I'll do whatever I'm told to do.
I'm saying after the fact, though. I'm just being clear
Okay.
on that after the
Councillor
fact.
Henry,
Yes.
what would you like to see?
No, I'm asking a question. I'm not making a suggestion.
Okay.
I need
Currently,
clarification.
my understanding
Yes.
is that we've asked for, Councillor Crawford suggested 6 months. I don't really care what it is. I don't see a lot of value in having it every 3 months. I think 6 is probably good. That was what was going to be in the amendment. I don't know if it would be called my amendment. I'm going to ask for
Sorry,
the mover in a
Mr.
second.
Mayor, I'm not asking you
wait.
to
Can I answer
change
your
your
question?
amendment. That's not my
Councilman,
question. That's not my
I
question.
would
I'm not
expect-
asking you to change your amendment. All I'm asking is, with regards to whatever is passed here today, your amendment or not, are we saying that once this is passed, whatever it looks like, that the CAO would make the decision about this extended piece that we're asking that he doesn't have permission to do as of yet, past the section 27, that it would go out, be a done deal, and then report it after the fact to council? That's my question.
Councillor
Yes.
Henry, I do
Yes,
have the
thank you.
authority to do it right now. I do have the
Thank
authority.
you.
You made a mistake there. You said, your words there were that we're looking for permission for me to extend them, which I don't have permission to do right now. That's the whole point. I do have permission to do that right now under the Planning
No,
Act.
the extended piece, CAO, the extended piece
Exactly.
you're asking for.
That is, I have the authority to do that. That I have the authority to enter into those agreements. That is the whole agreement. Right now, the province requires us to defer their DCs up until occupancy. We have no choice, and we have no choice. We cannot charge interest on that. So what we're talking about is if a developer says we would like more than the 6 years, more than the province allows, we would like to extend it out an extra 5 years or an extra 10 years, then I have the authority to enter into that agreement. That's the whole point, is I have the authority anyway. We're coming here to discuss it with you, make sure that you're aware of it, understand how it works, and ask for your approval, even though it's not required.
So if it's not required, why are you asking for it? Why are we?
For
why are
full
we here?
transparency and accountability, Councillor.
He just answered your question, Councillor Henry.
What assurances do we have that this is going to help bring taxes down or keep taxes at the status quo level?
I can't give an assurance that that's going to happen. I can give an assurance that if we don't do this, taxes are going to go up. Because the only way,
Mr. Mayor, I don't see how these agreements affect.
no, that's not what I'm saying, Shane. What I'm saying is that if we do this or if we don't do this, it will have zero effect on our capital budgets right now. Because we're going to have to borrow to do some of this stuff anyway. What I'm saying is the only way we're going to maintain and be able to take the pressure off the residential taxpayer is by broadening our tax base. So until these units come online, we still have the same number of taxpayers and the pie is split the same number of times. And that's, when things go up, they go up, and you still have to divide it by the same number of people, they're going to go up. If we can take it from 36,000 taxpayers to 40,000 taxpayers, suddenly you're dividing the pie up more. And that's how you affect taxation. We're talking about that's operating. We're talking about capital, DCs. Separate things, but I did understand, or that's my interpretation, what I think the question was that you were asking.
So you're talking about the piece of the pie and about splitting it up amongst more.
I'm talking
We've
about
had
density.
development. You're talking about density. We've done a lot of approvals. I have not seen taxes stay the same or go lower since I've lived in this town since 2006. How is this helping?
Well, I can tell you, without everything that's happened, and a lot of it has been commercial from 2018 to 2022, the tax increases would have been much higher than they were. So by having this growth and having the broadening of our tax base in the commercial sector, that has reduced the amount that we've had to go back to the taxpayer for. And this will be the same. I'm not ever going to say, because it's not realistic, it's actually lying, anybody that says we're going to cut your taxes, or unless you cut services. Let me say that. Unless you cut services and reduce your costs through cutting services, anybody that says they're going to cut taxes or keep taxes exactly where they are without doing anything else is lying. So by broadening our tax base, by having more taxpayers, by having more pieces to the pie, at least we can minimize those effects. Because you know as well as I do, anybody that's a homeowner or anybody knows costs keep going up. Look at what we're paying for gas today. That extrapolate that out over every town vehicle that uses fuel, whether it's a trimmer to trim the grass or a lawnmower or a snowplow, not today, or a grass cutting machine or whatever, collecting the garbage, our costs are increasing. And our budget this year was based on costs last year. So it's costing us more than we budgeted for right now. We're probably running a deficit in a lot of programs right now just because of what's happening in Iran and the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. So, you know, there's no guarantees of what's going to happen going forward, except for doing nothing is going to not minimize any impact to the taxpayer for certain.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
and
if I
what-
could just jump in. Can I just add? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Councillor Henry. We need to understand that what we're trying to do here is stimulate development. That development, and you know, Councillor Lee mentioned, Regional Councillor Lee mentioned before about, okay, well, it's still going to take however long to build a building. Yes, but it's not being built right now. So we want to stimulate that growth so that we start receiving. First of all, we're building housing. That's the main purpose. But our tax revenue, our growth will help offset our costs in the future. So there isn't. I personally, unless Julie wants to pipe in, I personally don't see a tax implication here because the deferral program will be charged interest, so there's no cost to the taxpayer. We will ensure that we have enough cash flow to be able to manage all of our asset management considerations, so on. We're not just because somebody walks in and says they want to do this, we're going to also manage and look at what our financial situation is, and maybe at that particular time we say no, we can't do it right now. But like all of these things will be in play. But the purpose of it is to stimulate growth now.
So there will be
And
no
this-
negative impact to the taxpayer. That's what you're saying?
I don't see how they're connected, but maybe we can get the acting treasurer to come on and just answer that question.
Ms. Mepham, can you please come on and answer that?
Yes, through the chair. The intention of how this program was structured was to make sure that we mitigate any adverse tax impacts to through these agreements. So we've left the flexibility for the premium to be at the discretion of the needs at the time. We would do a cash flow analysis, so there would be some analysis that goes into every agreement that we bring forward, and we agree and we move forward with the developers. So and that's why we say every need is unique depending on when they come forward and our cash flow needs and interest rates at the time. That we'll take all these factors into consideration and come up with something that is mutually beneficial to the town and the developer.
And sorry, Councillor Henry, let me just jump in one sec and ask a question that I think you're probably thinking about. Is there, Ms. Mepham, is there anything that is stopping either this council or any future council from amending or removing this bylaw at a future date if things don't work out?
To my knowledge, no. I mean, I'm not a bylaw expert, but it is up to council to revoke a bylaw or make amendments based on what is permitted under the act.
So
Is it permittable considering it's a mayor directive? Does that change anything?
Makes no difference. Makes no difference. It's a bylaw.
So that means any mayor directive bylaw that has come before this council has ability to be revoked or changed?
It does. Councillor Henry, by using strong mayor powers and the mayor's directive to bring this forward today just means I can introduce a motion without notice, for instance. Or the voting is, I need 1/3 versus the traditional standard 50%. every directive I brought forward has received more than 50%. Like, these aren't things that we're sneaking through under the radar. I've had council support on every mayor's directive that's come forward so far. So this is no different. The bylaw itself isn't affected whether it's brought under strong mayors and mayor's directive or not. It just affects the efficiency and the expediency to which it's brought and dealt with.
So when we look at the period of time, I'm just going to take this term on council, and this is not a comment towards you. It's about the tool, not you as a person. We have seen numerous mayor directives. I'm still not seeing shovels in the ground. I am still not seeing the benefit of tax dollars to the residents. I'm still not seeing bonuses from the province. How is this any different from anything else that's been put before us that has been approved?
Well, I guess I'll answer your question this way. I mean, had we done nothing, we would have no approvals. We would have all of these lands still sitting vacant. We would have no potential to having any DCs or property taxes or planning fees or BFF funding at all in the hopper for probably better part of a decade. I can't control market conditions any more than I could pass a bylaw saying it's going to be sunny every day in May and enforce that and make it going to happen. It's not going to happen. Markets are what the markets are. Global conflicts that affect us and our economy, you know, the president south of the border and the tariff deals that affect us every day and cost us more money, I can't control, and neither can you or anybody else. We just have to deal with the outcomes of these. So I hear what you're saying. We haven't seen the results, and I'll just add yet. But I can guarantee that if we hadn't done any of these, we're never going to see the results. Once market conditions change, this town is on the cusp of massive growth, and you will definitely see that change. It's just math. So,
I hear you, and I think your statement's fair about the global markets, and I understand it quite well. But again, you've gone to extremes. You've used the tool more than anyone else in the region. And
yep.
I'm not blaming you. I'm saying there is still no results. I still drive around and see no shovels in the ground on multiple properties that have gone through mayor directives. So how are we assuring that this is going to be any change? And how do we know what the province and federal government is going to bring forth in June? And why wouldn't a developer just sit back and wait and see if that's a better deal?
Councillor Henry, you've been around long enough to know that we have no idea what the federal provincial government is going to do. Okay, they also do not give notice of when they're going to come and make an announcement. And in some cases, they'll make announcements like the 8-point-something billion funding to make us whole, but not give any details on how that's going to work. At the same time, respectfully, you've been part of this council and have voted in favor of most of those mayor's directives. So it's been with your consent that we've made these decisions as a group, and I appreciate that. We make these decisions based on the set of facts that we have at the time and with the knowledge that we feel we're making the right decision. If later on that decision turns out to be the wrong decision, I'm the first one who's going to say, this isn't working, and make a change and try and move forward. Future councils can go ahead and change any of the bylaws that have been put in place. Go ahead. You know, that's up
That's
to
why I was very careful not to
council
criticize you. I spoke about the tool and not you.
Yeah.
Because
And the
we
tool
have,
has
I have been
helped
part of some of those decisions.
expedite.
I'm not denying that.
Right. And the tool has helped expedite and move things forward, and we've been praised for it. We are a council that is not looked at as dysfunctional like many others across the region beyond. I think you even got buy-in in a few occasions from staff on using directives because they really streamline the process and they make things work a lot quicker. I've had like municipalities, reach out to me and ask, what is it that we're doing that's helping us move things through so quickly? And we've provided them all the documentation that we've collectively, that staff have put together on directives and strong mayor powers that we've used and developed. And we've shared that with other municipalities because they've asked for it, because they can see that it's working. The results will come. I'm 100% confident the results will come. It's just a matter of when you know, markets change a little bit and banks start lending again, and you know, there's some more stability. We're not talking about tariffs every day and oil prices shooting up and everything else. This will come about.
So why a 2-year pilot and not a 1?
You know what? If it's not working out and the next council wants to halt the program, they can do it. It's just a number, just like 15 is a number.
Okay, well, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tyler Moore, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me back in. If a developer opts into the program, is there a stop date? In other words, do they have to get shovels in the ground at a certain time? Like if they opt in, the concessions are made, and then 3 years in, they can't show that they've started. Is there a drop dead date?
I'll leave that to Theo Baker to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, as I mentioned, the intent of this policy change, or this temporary policy, is that we get shovels in the ground, we get development and growth moving along. So part of the agreement will be very strict timelines, and they need to be adhered to. Once we get into them, like I've been asked questions, well, where would if there's gonna be flexibility, where would the flexibility be? In my view, sitting here today, it's not on the actual shovels in the ground side. It's on the finance side. If they tell me that they you know, they need an extra couple of years, but they're moving along with their project and they've got money invested in it, and obviously they're not going to walk away from it, then like all of these things are factored in when you're doing the negotiation. But yes, we will make sure that there are strict timelines involved.
Okay, so quick follow-up, although I think you just capped it there. So you wouldn't think of putting in a rule saying, you know, a developer would saying to his friend or coworker or colleagues, yeah, we opted in, so, you know, there's a 24-month, like we've got to get it done within 24 months. That's not something that it's got a little bit more of the human element, is what you're saying.
Every agreement that we, hopefully this helps you, every agreement that we enter into is done through the lens of the taxpayer. We want to make sure that we, you know, it's my job to protect the public trust. That's my job. It's your job too. But when I'm entering into these agreements, then I am looking at them through that lens. So even though a developer may say, well, I've got this problem, I got this problem, I also have to think to myself, yeah, but what would the public think about this? They, you know, it's been sitting too long, or like, I'm not going to, they wouldn't, same as what we've dealt with with the issue that we recently dealt with on that, you know, 599 Kingston Road, right? I mean, the developer kept pushing and pushing and pushing. He wanted changes and changes. And we said, no, enough.
Right.
The municipalities had, the communities had enough. This is what we're going to do. So
Okay.
it would be the same type of, like, obviously there's some, we will listen, but everything is done through the lens of the community.
Okay. And if a future council, who's been asked a few times here, I hope you can answer this, decides to change this program or decides to cancel this program, based on the opting in of the program for a developer, would there be penalties? Like, would the developer say, no, we have an agreement here? Would that be grandfathered in? Or would that be the kind of thing, say, moving forward, we're not doing them anymore?
Yeah, I would expect that once a deal's signed, it's signed. But if council tells us that they don't want us to enter into any more agreements, then that would be something we would communicate. Okay. But I think once you've signed an agreement, they've got their wheels moving in. Right. You know, they've spent money, they're moving along. So I don't think that we can go back on that.
Yeah.
And do we have specific, I think it's mentioned somewhere, I read it, that there are other, you keep saying that they've stopped development charges, but is there other municipalities that have specifically done what we're talking about today? And who has done that, and has it been successful?
I'm going to refer that to Director McClarty, because I think she has that type of information. But I seem to recall Whitby has started doing them. And anyway, I'll leave it to
again, specifically to what we're talking about today, because I know there's examples of others dropping off the DCG charges altogether. But go ahead.
Yes. So through the chair to the councillor, I'd have to do additional research for you, but what I will say is that everybody that we looked at were exempting DC. So we're talking about like the sophisticated municipalities like Burlington is exempting, Mississauga, Vaughan, like there's more than a dozen across the province that are outright exempting. That's where we had an issue with as staff, and that's why when the mayor asked us to look at the exemptions and look at the numbers, and we came back and said, hey, listen, it doesn't look like this isn't going to work for us in Ajax. What is that made in Ajax solution? And that's when your CAO and your treasurer got creative and looked at this extending of the repayment, utilizing the installments and extending the installment payments and coming up with the interest and the premium.
Just, I mean, being leaders, if we're, the first ones to be doing this, the work you've all done, that's great, but it's also scary because you think, why didn't anybody else do it? So it's kind of a catch-22 there. And my final question is, you would agree, or I'm asking, would you agree that this incentive, would-be incentive, I should say, is not necessarily a magic pill? Because as the mayor often properly says, market, ultimately the cost of things is what really drives, that's the old thing that we're talking about this, but the other 99% is what the market's doing. So would you agree that this isn't necessarily a magic pill to, solve everybody's problems, meaning for developers, they still have other challenges. Would you agree with that?
I would, I would. And I want to take an opportunity. I wanted to have the ability to answer Councillor Henry when she was talking about the fact that the mayor has used a number of MDs and probably more, more than others in Durham and so on. But there's no shovels in the ground. The province has asked, the province put strong mayor's powers in place to help stimulate growth. All we can do is work within the tools that we've been given. What happens after that, whether or not the developer actually is able to get moving for whatever reasons, is up to them. So to answer your question, that's absolutely true. So all we're doing here is we are offering up a tool that we're willing to talk to developers about to help stimulate growth. It's a totally voluntary program. We may get 1 or 2, we may get 10. I have no idea, or may get none. Based on the circumstances.
Okay.
So,
yeah, thank you. I'm not blaming anybody for market conditions. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Just have thrown it. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you for letting me back in, Mr. Mayor.
Not a problem. Thank you for your questions. Councillor Henry for the second one.
Thank you. So CAO Baker, when we talked about the tools that you currently have now under Section 27, and I had to go back and look at my notes, I apologize. Currently right now, Section 27 is a policy tool that you have to use, correct?
there is a provision in the Planning Act that allows for, and I'm not sure, I don't have the Planning Act in front of me, but and probably Julie would be able to answer that. There's a section that allows for entering into negotiations regarding DCs. Julie, do you have that in front of you?
No, I'm pulling it up, but it is the Development Charges Act, not the Planning Act, just as a minor correction there.
Sorry.
But Section 27 of the DC Act permits municipalities to enter into those agreements, yes.
And like I mentioned before, Councillor Henry, before we did this, I got a legal opinion from our outside legal counsel, and I'm just going to see if I can pull that up here. Go ahead. Do you have another question?
So my question tied into it, because my understanding is what we're doing here today, you're working off the DC Act and a policy, but not you, but what's before us is to ask, which is a legal permission, which is different than the policy we're putting in place, which is a standard policy in place.
Councillor Henry, what I've tried to explain before is I have a legal opinion that I have the authority to defer DCs under the DC Act, which we actually put in place and did one last year. So we are talking about now formalizing that policy so that council sees it, the public sees it, and council has the opportunity to approve it today.
Yes, a standardized policy for the entire town, yes.
That relies on the legal opinion regarding the DC Act.
And going back to Regional Councillor Crawford's question about, I think it was her question, about shovels in the ground and foundations in the ground. For projects like what we're seeing on Roslyn Road that have already started, they will or will not be affected by this.
That one.
It's the Medallion project on Roslyn, CEO Baker. I don't know if they paid their fees on permits. Maybe Director Mepham can answer.
Through the chair, yes. They have not yet paid their DCs because they are due on occupancies, occupancy for any of the purpose-built rentals. I'm not sure if there was any other type of a development there, but I know that they have not yet paid any of their residential DCs.
So let me just ask what I'm sure the next question is going to be, respectfully, Councillor. If they decided that we bring up this program and they want to be part of this program, would they be eligible? Since they're already in the ground.
Through the chair, I think we would, invite to have a conversation with them and determine what their needs are. I mean, perhaps they don't have any needs, and right now they are available. The Act permits them to extend their payments over 6 years. Perhaps they don't want to pay interest on those payments, and they may want to stick to the 6-year deferral that's offered through the legislation. But I mean, I would leave it to CEO Baker to add anything there. But I mean, we would definitely hear them out and see what their needs are.
But they are eligible.
So
Yes.
Councillor, you're asking very pointed questions, and obviously we don't have that information in front of us. So I'm a little apprehensive to give you an absolute answer back. But I would suggest that if somebody wants to enter into an agreement to defer DCs, if they've already started paying DCs, I'm probably not going to be interested in talking to them about it. Like, if other developers are coming forward and they've already started their project, they're within their first 5 year, let's say, of provincially legislated non-payment of DCs until occupancy. Is it until occupancy or 5 years after occupancy? I can't remember.
6 years after occupancy.
Six years after occupancy, right? With no interest, then yes, then I would be willing to talk to them about it.
And I'm sorry, you said I'm asking very pointed questions, but this is
you're asking about specifics. What I mean is you're asking about specifics, and I don't have that.
Well, we asked about specifics about another property earlier on in the meeting, so I think it's fair that I ask specifics about this because this is in my ward. So I want to know, does this property qualify or not?
Well, we'd have to get back to you on that, so I can look up as to what's going on with that property, Councillor.
After the vote,
would we be able
So,
to?
is there a problem if I need to know? Is the councillor have a problem if it is or is not included in the program?
I need to have that information. I think it's fair when other councillors ask about things in their ward and that information is available right now in this meeting when we've had 24 hours notice. I'm asking this question for my ward, so I just want the same
Councillor?
leniency.
Well, I would, as the person entering into the agreements, I would need to know, do you have a concern if we do enter into it or not? Because that, that doesn't mean that we have to.
My concern is that there was a lot that came before I got here with regards to this property, and I'm going to have to answer to my constituents about this. So I'd like to know, is it viable? Is it eligible for this or not? I think that's a
I would
fair
be
question.
happy. I would be happy to, as we've said, this is a voluntary program. If you have issues with that particular project, I'm happy to talk to you about it before I talk to the developers so that we can understand your concerns.
Councillor Henry? Councillor Henry?
Issues about information.
Councillor, give me a second. Let me try and assist here because we're kind of going around in circles and not getting to where you want to be. I think the CEO has answered your question when he said, as long as they are not already paying their DCs, that he would be open to having a discussion with them. It's my intent with this program that, and again, we're only talking about the extension, and we already know nobody's actually even in year one of their 6-year DC payment yet. So as long as it's my intent and I think the spirit of this is, as long as they aren't paying their DCs already, then they will be eligible for this program, but it's subject to the negotiations, as the CAO has said, based on that specific development going forward and their specific needs. Medallion is a massive company. They may not care to pay interest outside the 6 years and may just pay what they're allowed to under the act and be done. Does that help answer your question? But ultimately,
it does. It's fair. It's a fair comment. I just wanted to know if they're eligible or not. I think that's a reasonable question. So what you're saying to me is they are. They haven't started paying their DCs. They're eligible.
From what the CEO said, if he's willing to have the conversation, I would suggest that means they're eligible. Yes.
However, as I also said, if the local councillor is not in favor, I'm happy to meet with her and talk to her about her concerns as to why.
It's not a question of in favor or not in favor. It's a question of, are they eligible? That's it.
I was just putting it out there, Councillor. I just want to make sure that you're aware that I'm open to talking to you about it.
Sure. Thank you.
No other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, as I said at the beginning, I wanted to give everybody as much time as they needed to get comfortable with this, because I absolutely agree and accept that it was not given a lot of notice, and I need everybody to be comfortable with this. It doesn't make any sense to bring something that's not going to be supported. So I think I've given everybody a lot of time. Did anybody need any other any more time to ask any other questions to be comfortable with their decision on this? Okay. I just want to just to wrap up based on some of the things that have come out of this, and thank you everybody for your consideration. Again, I guess apologize for the briefness of this. It did come, but as I said, we didn't even know this meeting was going to happen before 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and it's just a matter of timing because we don't have a lot of meetings left before the election. This is about trying to get shovels in the ground and start moving things forward. Plain and simple. This is not going to have any impact. If anything, it might have a positive impact because we're going to collect the interest rate differential, but it's not going to have any negative impact on the taxpayers or really make much difference as to the DC schedules that we're currently living under as a result of the provincial legislation, which is outside of our control. All this is meant to do is to try and get shovels in the ground as quickly as possible. And hopefully it works. Maybe it won't, but I just want to assure council that you have control over this going forward. We have an amendment, and I'm going to ask the clerk to put the amendment up at this time, please, as far as the reporting. And I know I asked for a mover and a seconder, and I've been informed that I can be the only one that moves this. So the amendment will be to amend item 4 in the bylaw to read, after advanced purpose-built rental housing to be reported back to council quarterly until the end of the program, which is a 2-year program. Councillor Crawford, does that satisfy your concern over timing?
Yes.
I know it said quarterly, you had said 6 months. Which is preferable?
I prefer every 6 months,
Okay.
especially in that first year, because we don't know what the uptake will be, right?
Okay. So is everybody comfortable with 6 months? If I don't see anybody in the speaker's box, I'll assume you're okay with the 6-month reporting. Okay. To the clerk, do we need a vote on an amendment to a directive?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, this would be considered a friendly amendment as it is your bylaw.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak further to this before I call the question? Okay. I'll just close with, I do appreciate and thank everyone for all of your questions today. We spent a solid 2 hours being very thorough about this. I don't think anybody can say that the questions weren't asked, and we didn't dive into pretty much every facet of this to make sure it is thoroughly vetted. I would ask for your support. Thank you. Please open the vote. Okay, and that carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next item in our agenda. Item 3.2, bylaw 54-2026, Hartrick House update, 120 Robertson Drive, Ajax. Bylaw 54-2026, Hartrick House update. Again, I will open this up to staff to answer any questions. This is something that we have had the discussions with Deputy CEO Cooper and the CEO and Director McClarty about. We know that we sold the Hartrick House approximately, was it 2 years ago, 1.5+ years ago. Been working through, it was declared surplus. We've been working with the developer and the TRCA for well over a year to figure out the top of bank and stability and everything else. That has all been done, and the developer has now waived the conditions of this agreement. As we've just discussed for the last couple hours, we know the development industry is not in good shape. My understanding is the developer was counting on the sale of another property to pay for this one. They have asked for an extension of 9 months because at the same time, this is not purpose-built rental. This is single-family homes, which Councillor Crawford and Councillor Tyler Morin, as you're aware, we wanted development on this project to be, I think, quote, in fitting with the other houses in the neighborhood. And the other homes were all fairly large single-family detached dwellings, and that is what the application is on this. We have held off on doing the zoning on this because we didn't do the zoning when we sold it a couple of years ago because we weren't sure what the application was going to be. We didn't want to zone it for one thing and have to change it to another. So this land requires, I believe, an official plan amendment, but definitely a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for the development, which was part of the agreement. But none of this can be done until the developer owns the property. So until this closes. As they are unable to close in 30 days due to market conditions, they've asked for an extension. So we have 3 options that I see. The first, we could just grant the 9-month extension and do nothing, which means the land will sit for 9 months. The developer is unable to do the OPA and ZBA rezoning until they own the property. The developer is unable to have a demolition permit for the building. The building may or may not come under disrepair or be taken over by squatters in some case. We would still be responsible for maintaining the property over that time frame. And then when they are ready to pay for the balance and take ownership, they would then start that process, which, as we know, site plan, everything takes 6 months to a year. Demolition, pre-sales. We probably wouldn't see construction on here till about 2028. I don't think that's the most palatable option. The second option would be take it off the market. Say you can't meet your conditions. Thank you. We're going to go back to market and relist the property. I would suggest we would rezone the property to its highest and best use before putting it on the market to try and get top dollar. But again, when we sold it 2 years ago, it was a very different market than it is today. I don't know that we would be able to improve on the selling price that we got. I would suggest that we probably would get less, but most certainly for a new builder to buy this, close on this property, waive all of their due diligence requirements and conditions, go through site plan, go through pre-sales, get shovels in the ground, I would suggest probably that's a 1.5 to 2 year down the road before we'd see anything on this property. And we would still have the issues of us having to maintain it over the summer, maintain the building, maintain the property. The third is what I've suggested and what I'm bringing forward here is that we do a vendor take back mortgage on the property. Like I said in the last thing that we brought forward, we have zero now. If we give it 9 months and we don't close, we have zero taxes, we have zero nothing for 9 months. The property doesn't close for 9 months. If we did a vendor take back mortgage, the property would be considered sold. The purchaser would be able to pull a permit for demolition and get rid of the building, which solves the maintenance and potential squatter issue. They could do the tree removal permits and start preparing the land and do some servicing, put in their sales trailer and start doing pre-sales for the property, hopefully for construction to start in the spring of 2027. One counselor asked me, what happens if they still can't pay in 9 months? I don't have an answer for that. I mean, I guess we would have an option, or we could delegate authority like we did this time for the deputy CEO or the CEO to extend as they see fit to get this done. We've already sort of done that. We've already also done a first mortgage take back on another property before. So there is a precedent. One thing I can say, by being the first mortgage holder on the property, if anything goes wrong, we have first right of refusal to get the property back. And I can have staff speak to that. So I'll leave it there. That would be my recommendation, and that's what's before us. The council approved the town providing a vendor take back mortgage for the sale of 120 Robertson Drive in the amount not to exceed $1.6 million for a term of up to 9 months, and on terms and conditions satisfactory to the Deputy Chief Assistant Administrative Officer and the Director of Finance, and that the Deputy CAO will be authorized to revise and execute the agreement of purchase and sale for 120 Robertson Drive on behalf of the town to take other actions necessary to close the transaction. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Liggy, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this question's to either the Deputy CAO or the CAO. What happens if they don't have the money after 9 months?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor mentioned that, you know, there's could be a provision to extend, but my my thinking is that the agreement must say something like that. It's at the town's discretion. So again, this goes back to trying to. Okay, let me again go back a little bit. This is not something that I would be willing to support for any developer that comes through the door. But in this particular case, council has declared this property surplus. It's owned by the town. The funds, once they are paid, will be going into our reserves to pay for our asset management infrastructure and so on. It's, in my view, I think at this particular time, this is the best option, but securities must be built into the agreement so that this does not go on and on and on. So I personally am going to want to see that actions being taken on selling the properties, and like he's moving forward with that, and the property's not just sitting for that 9 months. We're going to be checking in with the developer to make sure that he's doing everything that he needs to do to be able to pay it at the end of the 9 months, and then it's up to us to decide what we do at the end. But there will be a provision, as far as I'm concerned, that we have the ability to cancel the deal at the end of the 9 months.
And just let me add,
and then it comes back to the town.
That's right. I absolutely agree and support that. I understand that the sale of another property that this particular developer owns is delayed for similar reasons, which is why the funding isn't available right now, but he's told that it will be available in 9 months. So a bit of a domino effect there, but yeah, I think if for some reason that happens, there will be wording absolutely in the agreement. We would be first mortgage holders. And at that time, I mean, council would be able to say, yes, extend, or no, we just take the property back at that time and go back to market. That's your last chance. But yeah, I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't want to, pre-decide how that's going to go. Let's hope that in 9 months, if this passes, it gets paid and everything moves forward and everything is good.
I'm not looking for a crystal ball per se, but rather, we have been, for lack of a better phrase, burned. At the time, we thought language was iced in there and there was no issues, and we were dealing with legal issues way beyond the extent that we thought we would. So I know this is only 9 months, but if the proponent asked for another 9 months or whatever afterwards, then really the original decision should have been, let's put this back to market. So listen, I don't know the real estate market, especially for these kind of properties, but I think I'm of the mindset of, why don't we just, like any other real estate deal the town would have done, we didn't fulfill the conditions weren't met. So we put it back on market. I understand we may hold it for longer than we would have, and we have to worry about squatters and whatnot. But I just think it's cleaner for us to do it that way. And I understand the mayor's reasoning makes 100% sense. But I just this protects us. We have full control over everything without relying on legalities or lawyers to interpret or getting taken to court. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
And the last thing, Councillor, I want to see is another Verona Mall. I've been here long enough to remember that. And I agree with your sentiment. However, I have been part of the negotiations with TRCA over the last over a year. It's been very difficult. I know the parties have a significant amount of money invested in this site, which is why I'm willing to go, that last little bit to try and make this happen. I hear what you're saying, but I think, like I said, that's going to be another 2 years down the road before we see anything happen here. We don't have the money to begin with today anyway. So technically, I don't think we're losing anything right now. We're almost there. We're probably on like the 5-yard line at this point. I would hate to go back to center field and start over. That's kind of the logic here. CEO Baker?
Oh, sorry. I was just listening to what Regional Councillor Lee was talking about there, and maybe I misinterpreted, but he seemed to be concerned about the potential that there's an ask for an extension in another 9 months, and then why not just deal with it now? Well, in my view, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we could just solidify the agreement that 9 months is it. That's what he's asked for. That's it. And if it doesn't happen, then it gets turned back to the town.
I would agree. This needs to be. Point, this is it.
To your point, and one of the reasons why we are bringing this forward is the potential buyer has invested a lot of money in it. We've invested a lot of staff time in it. There's been all kinds of meetings, senior staff with the TRCA, with the potential buyer, and so on. This has gone on for a number of months, and obviously it's up to council, but we believe that at this particular time, it's the best option for us to be able to move forward right now.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Morin, I see you in the speaker's box. You're next.
Thank you so much. Just turning back on my camera here. I also agree of the hard stop at 9 months, if that's possible, to put in. I don't know if that's a friendly. The other thing is, could you just pull out of the line here? So by going with the developer that's there now, that's sort of on the brink, that said developer would take care of the demolition of the building, the cleaning of the property, and all that would happen relatively soon, correct?
That is, and Deputy CEO Cooper will correct me if I'm wrong and fill in the blanks, but I want to see definite timeline that the zoning has to take place within X amount of time, that the building demolition permit has to be pulled and completed in a certain amount of time, that the construction fencing has to be up and the property has to, we need to see continuing movement on this.
Okay.
Deputy CEO Cooper?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, all of that's fair. Just say the current agreement of purchase and sale requires demolition of the building within 6 months or otherwise active use of it as a sales center, with some protections for the town. If neither of those things occur, then the town can demolish it and build the taxes. So we do have those protections baked in there. With this new development of the vendor take-back mortgage, I think we'll want to look at some additional timelines for other milestones, as the mayor suggested. But at the very least, we do have provisions in there to deal with the demolition of the building within 6 months.
Yeah, and I do remember the sales pavilion, and I thought we didn't have a problem with that. That's the same thing as refurbishing and cleaning up, and ultimately, I guess, tearing down. And the other piece is, just to reiterate, the zoning would talk about townhomes. It's not like we're going to get somebody coming along or part of the current agreement where they put up a 10-story tower or something. It is absolutely for townhomes, correct?
It's actually not townhomes, it's detached.
Even better.
Detached homes, yeah.
As per the
I'll
report.
give you 13 detached dwellings and a portion of the land being conveyed to the TRCA. Is that correct, Cooper?
Yes, I believe that's the latest concept. I think there was an earlier concept that contemplated townhouses, but the most current concept, I believe, is single detached dwellings. And I certainly haven't seen any concepts that would involve something denser or higher than that.
Okay. And I have a feeling this is a bit too detailed, but do you know if the homes start, where the last home is now, and then it goes into the park? Do they start there and not by where the current little parking lot is? If that's too much, it's okay. Just wondering.
No. There's first of all, I would suggest the zoning would be just low density, right? If it's not medium density, then that takes townhomes off the table. So based on the application right now, and I haven't seen any other one, so I got to assume it's still the single family detached homes. That's, if a planner, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I believe that's low density and that's what we would zone it as. That would stop any fears of, as you said, Councillor Tyler Morin, anything taller or higher density coming along. We all agreed that this would be sold for something fitting within the current neighborhood, which
you're
is
right.
single.
That would really help. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
That would really help. Yeah.
I had another. I forgot.
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry. Okay. Oh, did I cut you off, Mr. Mayor? Okay. All right, thanks.
No, I've been at this for a while. I lost my train of thought. Councillor Henry, you're next.
Thank you. So what happens if the other property doesn't sell? We're at the 9-month mark. And in the motion, I think you referenced Central Park, which I believe is Lamaine. And I don't think that's maybe the best example to use. I could be wrong.
It's the only example we have.
It's not a great example to use.
I know it's not.
Like,
but
really, I really
parents.
wish you had to talk to me before you wrote that one in. But anyways, so it's not a great example because it involves lawyers' fees. So what happens if the other property that this person owns doesn't get sold, or the person they're selling it to comes back and says, sorry, I just need a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. And then the buyer has to come back to us and we're at a hard stop at 9 months. And then we end up in lawyers' fees to get the property back. Because it's not like they just have to hand it back to us. It doesn't work that easy. Am I wrong?
Let me just refer to your and the example we quoted, which is the only example we have of the Central Park. Because I was here during that, Councillor Dyes was here during that. I think Councillor Crawford was also here during that. And that was a great idea. And that was about transforming and moving our downtown forward. And unfortunately, I was answering, it didn't go the way it was supposed to go. But bottom line is we're still the first mortgage holder. We still get paid regardless of what happens with that property. We get paid our full amount of the first mortgage, was I think is 1.48 million or something like that, if my memory serves. We get all of our property taxes right the way through, any retroactive. We get interest on all of that, and we get all of the fees that have been awarded with us, which includes costs, as you referred to, for some of the legal. So we're not out as a town. We just don't have that money yet because it's still in the receiver's hands. I really dislike other people making decisions for us. I wish it was a much different one, but this is the landscape that we have to operate in, and that is the way the courts work.
How many years are we into this for that example? How many years? 10?
Too
12?
Too many.
That's my point. Thank you. You just made it for me.
I would prefer to focus on, I'm trying to move things forward. I'm not trying to dwell on the past. I'm trying to find solutions. So I appreciate
it, but you brought the past into the motion.
Tried to do that as well.
You brought the past into motion. That's the example, right? So
I absolutely agree with you.
What happens? What happens if this goes awry? What happens if person B doesn't have the money to buy person A's property, and person A comes back to the town of Ajax and says, "Oh, I just need a little bit more time"? What happens?
I think we've already established that I nor anybody has a crystal ball. We have to do the best decisions that we feel with the facts that we have. I have outlined the 3 options we have. Go back to market, which I think we're going to get less money and is going to cause much longer delays. Just sit on our hands for 9 months and wait, and then maybe go back to market, or as Councillor Lee said, maybe we just do that then, or we do this. Operating from zero, which is where we are, I think this has the least risk and the most likelihood of moving forward. If in 9 months, if council approves of this, any of these what ifs happen, the council of the day will have to deal with it. But I trust that Deputy CEO Cooper will negotiate in this contract the things we talked about. And what I forgot was sale of the property. We have first right of receivership. I don't see this going the same as the other example, just because it's a completely different set of facts. It's a completely different builder. It's completely different everything. But I can't definitively say one way or another what's going to happen in 9 months and whether the other property is going to sell or whether the market's going to be different or any of that. I'm going to speak with the purchaser myself and very clearly reiterate what we've talked about, that this is the last one to try and close this deal.
So we're a municipality. We're not a bank. We don't lend people money. And because of this, on this agenda last night, the calls that I were receiving till wee hours of the morning come with stuff like, well, if I want to do an auxiliary unit in my house, is the town going to be lending me money? I'm like, no,
actually we do.
Well, yeah, we give you money if you meet the target, but we don't lend you money to do the project.
We have a program where we partially subsidize those. So yes, we actually do that.
We give a little bit of the cost not the full. Then I
Okay,
have other
so,
people
Councillor
calling
Henry,
saying
what
about their
would you-
mortgages. And
how would
are
you-
you gonna help me with my mortgage? And I'm like, sorry, no, we're not.
How would you like to see this go forward? What would be your?
I prefer, we've sat on this property for numerous years. I prefer we sit on it and leave it and revisit it in 9 months.
Okay, so you're not supportive of a vendor take back mortgage to try and get
I
things
am not.
moving sooner? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely not. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you to my colleagues. I agree. Central Park Ajax is a terrible example, and we are still suffering the consequence of that years later. And, you know, the words, the vendor take back mortgage means that we are fronting, we are being a lender, and we are putting ourselves in a speculative opportunity here. We are not speculators, we're not lenders, we're not Gordon Geckos. We are supposed to be risk averse.
Uh-oh.
I feel I don't support this at all. I feel if there's an option of waiting for 9 months without that high risk, then that's the responsible thing to do. And Councillor Henry's right. This is a property that has been sitting in excess for many years. So 9 months is not long in comparison. Sorry, go ahead, Mayor Collier.
Can I just ask you a question? What is the high risk that you refer to?
Well, we're fronting money on a risk that the
No,
property's
we're
gonna
not
sell in
fronting
9
money.
months.
We're not loaning money. We're not loaning money.
Okay. What is a vendor take back mortgage then up to 1.6 million?
Okay.
What does that mean to the town?
Yeah, so what this means is right now, and I'm glad you asked this, and this is why I asked you what you meant, because I wasn't sure exactly how you're looking at this. Right now, the purchaser has signed an agreement of purchase and sale, which they have waived all the conditions. So that it's now a legally binding contract, and they own the town $1.6 million. Okay, probably plus costs. That's the situation we're in now. Do we have the $1.6 million? No. And will we get the $1.6 million in 30 days? Likely not. The developer has approached the town and said, here's the situation. I can't pay you today, but I can pay you 9 months from now. So we're not losing anything. We're not loaning anything. What a vendor take back mortgage is we hold the mortgage. Okay. We're not giving any money, but we don't have any money for 9 months. And what that does is that allows the transfer of ownership. So now the developer owns the property, but the mortgage is registered on title with all of the conditions that we've talked about to put in there to protect the town. You heard the CAO say, you know, they're putting all this stuff in to protect the town. And in 9 months, that mortgage becomes due. That's when they pay us. So we're not loaning any money. All we're doing is we're allowing a 9-month period for this to be paid instead of a 30-day period. But the difference between not doing the mortgage and doing the mortgage is if we don't do the mortgage and give sorry, did I say 90 days? I apologize. 9 months.
Yep.
The developer doesn't own the property, so they can't rezone the property. They can't demolish or do anything with the house that's on there. They can't start any of the things they need to do for the servicing and the tree removal and the grading or any of that stuff. And the town remains, as the owner, responsible for maintaining the building and the lands and anything that comes out of that. So yeah, I'm glad you asked that because I wanted to make that clarification. We're not loaning any money. I'm not talking about loaning any money. I also will say,
no, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we are not good landlords. You know how many times we've, leased out buildings and they don't work out very well. We're not very good landlords. I don't want us to be in the property ownership or management business. this is why we went through the exercise of identifying surplus properties that we're not using and putting them for sale. The Sundial Pavilion has worked out very well. It's sold. I think we got about $3.2 million that's in one of our reserves to be used for, you know, other projects moving forward. That's where this money will go to, is into that same reserve to be used for future projects if we need to do an acquisition at a later date. So we don't have the money now. We won't have the money in 30 days, but hopefully we'll have the money in 9 months. Regardless of what we do, we don't have the money today and we won't have the money for 9 months. Whether we wait, whether we go back to market, or whether we do this vendor take back. It's just, as I said, being now on about the 5-yard line with all the work done, and the last thing is just the final payment. This is a way that allows them to go ahead, get the liability off our books and on their books, with the security to take it back if we need to, and to keep the process moving rather than just have it stop for 9 months. That's the easiest way I can explain it.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. So here's my question then. If an option is to do nothing and wait versus vendor take back mortgage and wait, what is the cost of the risk, let's say from a legal perspective, if we give this mortgage term and then it defaults at the end anyway, and then now we have some legal aspects which would not be in place if we just do nothing and wait 9 months, or am I wrong?
Okay, I'm going to have staff help me with this one, but my understanding and my understanding of the way it works, which may or may not be correct, is we will have all of the wording in the agreement of the conditions. The only time, and the reason why Central Park went the way it was because it was challenged in court, and it was a much different type of agreement, and it was challenged in court, and somehow the decision-making got taken out of our hands. And I was part of when this agreement was set up, and we all thought we had belt and suspenders on this. Like, we all thought that this was, and if Dave Meredith is on here, I mean, you know, we did everything possible to protect ourselves in that respect. And we did get half the money. We only had a 50% vendor take back, right? In this case, it would be 100% vendor take back. There could be an option where, I don't know if the buyer is capable, but a possible advance of some funds, and we take back 90%, and if they default, we keep the 10%. There is the possibility of working something like that in, but I can't see how at the end of this there would be cost to the town if they default and we just take the land back, other than some very minor legal for land transfer. Can you speak to that, CEO Cooper? Deputy CEO Cooper?
I could try. So yeah, in the other circumstance, we had a right of repurchase on those lands, and we ended up in court trying to exercise that right of repurchase. And there were a lot of very complicating factors on that file that I think would not necessarily be present here. I can tell you that to date, we haven't incurred any legal fees on this file. I think in drafting a new agreement that contemplates a vendor take back mortgage, we may incur some, just to make sure that the adequate protections and language are in there for the town. I think the mayor and maybe Shane may have suggested earlier that one of the protections we could build in is some coverage for our legal costs. So that's something we can contemplate as we draft it, especially if anything goes unexpectedly sour at the end of the 9 months. Perhaps we can build in some protections there that allow us to recover any legal fees that we might incur.
Further, Councilor Barr?
Okay, thank you for that response. I just don't see, for the sake of 9 months, why we would expose ourselves to any kind of legal cost or repercussion if the other choice is, let's give the guy 9 months and see what happens.
Okay,
Anyway,
so
sorry. Thank you. That's my comment. No more questions.
don't go yet. Don't go yet. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Councilor Henry. What would you prefer? What would your preference to see done basically we have three options. What would be your preference?
The waiting the 9 months.
Okay.
That's just what he's asking for, an extension. Just like, for example, if a resident needed, we have residents who are sometimes late on whatever fees they need to pay. I know the town is agreeable to setting up payment plans or extensions of time. This looks like the same type of thing to me. It's not urgent. This land has been sitting for many, many years. But, 9 months, I guess, is a long time. And you're right, I'm not going to be here on council in 9 months either. But I am right now, so my voice matters now. Anyway, I have no more questions. Thank you, Mayor Collier.
Okay. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just having some technical difficulties on the side. The worst case scenario is that we put this back on market and we get, wouldn't it benefit the seller or the buyer if the price goes down? Hey, not only did you get your 9 months, but you possibly saved $100,000. We still get rid of the property as we needed to. But actually, the plus side that we're really not talking about is we could put it back on market and make more. That is our downside, right? Or we sell it back to the original person. He saves a few $100,000, maybe, or maybe not. And that's where I'm just I'm more willing to just play the market. They didn't fulfill conditions, and we treat this as is. Because if I'm not mistaken, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if they do not meet if this doesn't pass today, as you're proposing it to pass, it just goes back on the market, correct? Just automatically it goes back on the market. Am I incorrect there?
I'm not sure. Deputy CEO Cooper?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So at present, I just have to make a little correction to something the mayor said earlier. I believe you'd said that the buyer has waived conditions. The buyer has not yet waived conditions. So technically the condition waiver date has passed. It was last Friday. So from a technical standpoint, this deal is dead. However, council could, or the town could do an amending agreement that extends the condition waiver date 9 months into the future if you chose to. But at present, what would happen is the conditionally sold piece on realtor.ca would just disappear, and this would become an active listing again up until the time that the listing expires. And I apologize, I don't actually know when that listing expires. I've been waiting for that information from our realtor, but I can confirm that with council soon. But either way, we can make that determination.
Okay. My apologies if I misspoke. I thought the conditions were waived on the property.
So what does that mean then? Did not waive their conditions right now on top of asking us to extend for 9 months?
So just in the lead up to the condition waiver date, which was last Friday, the buyer was prepared to waive conditions, but was introducing new conditions that would sort of trigger the closing of the agreement, which was supposed to be within 30 days, or the closing of the sale. And staff did not have the authority to accept those new conditions, which is why one of the reasons why we're before you today.
Were there any further conditions beyond what is being described in this meeting right now?
They were of a similar nature, that there would be a much longer closing, and that some interim steps and permits would be obtained prior to closing. So just in terms of logistics and who needs to have ownership of the property for some of those things to proceed, that didn't make a whole lot of sense to staff. So that's why we've been having discussions with Mayor Collier about his alternative proposal for a vendor take back mortgage.
Even if this gets approved, the buyer still has their conditions that they have not indicated that they are prepared to waive. Am I incorrect in saying that?
Well, their conditions were around diligence with TRCA and obtaining financing, which is what essentially where we're at. So the buyer would need to waive conditions, then we would need to close in order for the property to be sold.
I don't know. I think again, I don't see the downside for the buyer, or I don't see the downside for the town. Either we lose again. I don't think we lose more than, we'll just say $100,000. We're all making up numbers, really, right? And then the buyer gets it at a cheaper price, and the sale stays the same with the same conditions, or we sell it for more, which is actually great for us. This, the buyer again. I don't know the individual. I don't know the circumstances, but this is what conditions are. This any other sale, we're following the same rules and guidelines that yeah, so I don't think I can support. I understand where the mayor's coming from, and I understand his rationale. I just, any sort of risk, I'd rather just start with a brand new buyer and hopefully work out the conditions at that point.
Okay, just quick, Councilor Lee, can you come back? I want to ask you the same question as the others, if you wouldn't mind. So your preference would be to just go back to market?
Well, again, I would just, if this doesn't, if this motion does not pass, then if I'm not mistaken, what the deputy CEO said is it automatically gets fired back up onto realtor.ca, and then any other prospective buyers have the option to buy it, and then we can enter those negotiations. I don't think it'll take the full year as you're suggesting. I think, I mean, timing wise, this is probably the best time right now. And I understand that ensuring squatters aren't there and to maintain the property, but I think there's absolutely an opportunity where a version of this where we make more money, not necessarily lose money.
Okay, I saw CEO Baker come on. Did you want to say something, Shane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear that, and I'm not sure if Deputy CAO Cooper mentioned this, but I think you might have, Mr. Mayor, about when you talk about what the options are with this. So if this does not pass, then I think we need to review what our options are, and it doesn't necessarily just automatically go back onto the market right away.
Can you expand on that?
So one of the things that we've learned through this, especially, well, a few things. First of all, in dealing with TRCA, we now know what the configuration of the actual available land might be. We know that there needs to be a rezoning and so on. All of these things need to be taken into consideration, whether we deal with those before we deal with the rezoning before we put it back in the market or not.
I'll just tell you my concern quickly based on the discussion. I have three. First, the delay. This is going to take quite some time. We are going to have to rezone the land before we put it on the market because it only makes sense to zone it for highest and best use, I would think, which is our cost, which is fine. I didn't think we were charging for this anyway. I thought that was included as part of the deal. Knowing the extensive process we've gone through with the TRCA, and the amount of staff time involved in this, it's probably hundreds of hours and definitely hundreds of thousands in planning consultants. That's unfortunate, but I guess I have four. My third one is I do not believe we're going to get 1.6 million for this property. I believe we're going to get south of $1 million for this property based on current market conditions, if we get an offer at all. And then we start the process all over again from the beginning with the due diligence all over again and the TRCA and all that stuff, because it will be a new site plan application and a new development application. And I guess finally, I suspect whoever buys this property is going to come in with a lot higher density than single family homes. And the two local councillors, the local and regional councillor, are probably going to have something to say about that, because we have a known right now and we're going to go back to an unknown. So just based on that discussion, want to make those comments. Councillor Tyler Moore, you're next.
Thank you for letting me back in, Mr. Mayor. If we go to a door number 3, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but could we give a closing date of 9 months so that the said buyer is still in the fold and all the work you spoke of is still relevant? And also, my second question is, I don't know if you want to answer that first, my second question is, if this fails today, then what do we do at the town in order to make sure that building doesn't fall into more disarray? Is there a cost for that? Do we have to tear it down? Can everybody talk about that? Because that's very concerning.
Yes, that is exactly the situation. And that would be my fifth concern, is that the town still has to maintain the property at our expense. And we have already talked about the need to demolition the building at our expense. So yeah, it's going to cost, not only do I suspect we'll get less money for it, but we're going to have to spend the money. And I'm trying to remember how much we spent to demolition the house on Greenwood Conservation Area, which is lands we don't even own. The TRCA owns them, but we have a management agreement. And I believe the cost to take down the building on there was somewhere around $400,000, $500,000. I don't know if Mr. Meredith can, if you remember, but I was really surprised by the price. It could have been two, I don't know, but I think it was higher than that.
If I may, have we ever done this before, or is there precedents? Like, has Markham done it where they've lent? Because again, I think you said you weren't comfortable framing it as a lend, like a lender. Have we done this kind of thing before?
I don't know about municipalities. I know vendor take-back mortgages are very common on private sales. So I don't know. I'm not a real estate agent or a mortgage broker or a banker, but I know that they're fairly common. I've seen them quite a bit in several real estate transactions.
Unfortunately, like a lot of things, there's challenges either way, right? Because okay, thank you.
Can I ask you before you go, Councilor Tyler Moore, what would be your recommendation? Because this directive that's before us today, this motion, I have some options. Okay, I can amend it, I can withdraw it, just let it run its course. So if council says, you know, for instance, I would like to see, and I know you probably and Councilor Crawford are more sensitive to this because it's your award, and you're both running, that, you know what, let's just give the guy 9 months, don't do the mortgage. We'll just maintain the property for the 9 months and see what happens, because you know you're getting single family, maybe the way you want to go, or you may want to go back to market. What would be your preference for this?
Yeah, you're a mind reader there. Like if we took out the thing I'm uncomfortable with is the lending part, where all of a sudden we become the lender as a town, because that seems Councillor Bauer spoke well about it. So, but everything else about it, I do like. So if that part was somehow removed, which I think is the crux of the motion, or, you know, the crux of this bylaw, I should say. So I don't know if that's possible. So to answer your question, if somehow we could take out the lender part, like, I don't know if that's a 9-month closing, you know, so you get everything.
We would just basically, I would amend item 1 that to just basically say, instead of taking back a vendor take back mortgage, that council authorized the deputy CAO, obviously the clerk can do this better than me, the deputy CAO to agree to defer the closing or add 9 months to the closing would basically be it. Just one further question is, and I'd like to hear from anybody, is it more that you just don't know enough about what a vendor take back is to be comfortable with it, or is it because the only difference is well, probably $1,000 in legal fees, but the only difference is ownership of the land. So with a straight, we'll give you 9 more months to close extension, they don't own it and nothing can happen. We can still, and I would suggest that we add a second bullet in here that says that council rezones the land in the meantime, because the buyer can't rezone the land if they don't own the land. Right. So I think there's things we could do with this. Like we are terrible landlords, but we could authorize the buyer to use it as a sales pavilion, maybe, even though they don't own it on a whatever bit. Like, I think there's some ways we can get to the end on this, but I just want to, I don't want to bring something that's going to fail. So if I need to amend this.
Yeah, so I can't speak, I can't, nor am I speaking for my council colleagues, but yeah, if the 9 months was put in on closing, and then there was some sort of agreement where the owner, the would-be owner, the will-be owner doesn't just vanish, say, no, you can still have a presence on there, which would probably, again, assuming would be good for them, and would be good for us to have somebody in there maintaining the sales pavilion, which that came up. I looked at an email from 2025, I believe, where they wanted to use the house, and that again in itself cleans it up. Anyways, I'll give others, but yeah, that would satisfy me, because then we get the zoning, we get the right dwelling coming in, we have the place sort of, you know, and then we're not giving it away back on market because we have a buyer. Those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Councillor Crawford, you're next.
Thank you. I got lost in all of this. Where are we? What was the last recommendation?
There isn't. We have
Okay.
we have the motion that I was going to bring forward. It's not currently on the floor. We're just having questions at this point. Maybe procedurally, I should have it on the floor. I was just talking to Councilor Tyler Moran about what, and I've asked everybody the same question. What would your preference be? Because this, as I said, I can withdraw this. I can amend it to, or we could, do whatever, or we could approve it.
I'm happy to run it the 9 months. I don't want to be a lender. And my biggest concern is the property standard, because it's one thing when it was snowing out, nobody cared about driveways being plowed. But now that the grass is growing and, weeds and everything else, the property standard is critical in this because you're right in the middle of a neighborhood. So I would
Okay.
be, as long as the property is kept well, and I'm happy with the idea of it being a sales pavilion, that's fine. But I think let it run for the 9 months. But I'm not comfortable with being a lender. Thank you.
That's fine. So actually, Councillor Crawford, can you come back on just for 1 second?
Sorry.
So
Sorry.
if I amended this, and again, what I plan on doing is once everybody's had their chance to ask their questions, take a 10-minute break, let the clerk come up with, who won't get a 10-minute break, come up with some amendments to this based on what, because again, we need to do something. So let's decide what the consensus is. Obviously, I put more weight in your and Councilor Tyler Moran's because it's your ward, but
Thank you.
find a resolution to this so we can move forward. So I've got, you would be comfortable if they extended the close for 9 months, not the vendor take back mortgage, allow the deputy CAO to negotiate the lease of the pavilion for a sales pavilion in the interim, and that what we need to do is we need direction to be able to rezone the property. And I would bring a directive to rezone it based on the OPA ZBA, because it's currently, I believe, agricultural in our official plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it would make sense to do that rather than wait for that, because if eventually we do end up going back on the market, we want that zoning in place.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yep. As long as the property standards are kept up. It's my biggest
Well, we
thing
would
too.
still own the property as a town, so it would be our responsibility.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Perfect.
All
Yeah,
right, Councilor
thanks.
Henry, thank you.
Thank you. So what is the property zone for currently? Remind me again.
That's agricultural, I believe, in the official plan.
And how was he going to build on this if this was agricultural and there's already a building on it?
We have to rezone it. Was part of the agreement, and I think this happened. I'm not sure if this happened before you were here or not. I'm trying to remember, but when we originally declared these lands surplus, I believe you were here.
I was here.
We discussed zoning for highest and best use, my recollection, and decided not to because we weren't sure what a future purchaser might come forward with. So we kind of agreed to just build that in when the sale happened, zone it for whatever use the buyer wanted. That's my understanding. So right now it's still what it was in the OP, which is, I believe, agricultural, which is just kind of put a pin in it. That's until we decide what we're going to do with it.
So I remember, like, at the time there was a lot of concerns from our Ward 1 people, Regional Councillor Crawford and Tyler Moran, about keeping it similar to what was in the existing neighborhood, so that there was no high rises there. And I remember it being really welcoming that the developer wanted to do that. We were very happy about that as a whole. So I don't want to see someone, it's not that I want to see the developer punished. I am not comfortable with the take back mortgage. I'm very familiar with it. It's how my father bought our first family home, that went on way beyond what the mortgage should have been, because then he rolled it into a business, a mortgage for the business, and so on and so forth. So I unfortunately have been on the other side of that, and I've seen how it can be used in ways that aren't necessarily, welcoming for the town. We would not want to be going into a vendor buyback mortgage for years and years. And I know you're going to put stuff in place. You've talked about that. But I also know what could go wrong from Lamaine. And I'm not I'm not comfortable with that at all. So I'd be happy with a 9-month. Either we wait for 9 months or we
Extend the
have
close to 9 months.
a closing. Yep, that's fine. 9 months, not a problem. In the meantime, if we do that, and we as the town have to maintain the property, we were maintaining it anyways, not a problem. But if we're going to be allowing people on the property who don't own the property to use it as a sales pavilion, my question now becomes insurance.
Well, that would be a requirement on anything we do. Everything you rent the community center, built banquet hall, you have to have 5 million insurance. That's standard.
Okay.
And the town
Okay,
named.
so we would take care of that.
The town named in the policy. That's standard.
And we're not looking at, just correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not looking at any place in time where we're going to say to this developer, oh, go ahead, put in 25 stories across the street from all these houses or 15 stories across the street. We're not doing that, right?
As I suggested to Councillor Crawford, I think we should be rezoning this based on the current application before us. That way, if it does go back to market, we're not, I know the local councillors probably don't want to see townhomes there or anything higher density than single family detached. That's what we all agreed to going into this. When we declare this property surplus, I would suggest we rezone it to that. So at least that's something we can control and get done in the interim. I trust that the deputy CEO and legal will put together an agreement which will protect the town and cover everything from insurance to access to noise to everything else. Possibly even the lessor maintaining the property. I don't know. I'm not going to presuppose those things, but that would all be, we would direct the deputy CEO to enter into that agreement for us and negotiate all those things.
And do we know if the developer is comfortable with this?
Not a clue.
Purchaser?
Not a clue.
So we could be doing all this for nothing and then turn around and that person could say, not interested.
So here's what I suggest. We do this. It sounds like we have consensus here. We can support extending it for the 9 months, rezoning the land, maybe have them lease a pavilion if they want to or not, whatever. And the town is still responsible for maintaining the building. If they go back to the purchaser and they say, no, we're good, then since the conditions have not been met, which I only just found out about 15 minutes ago, I thought they had been met. I knew they responded and they had asked for some changes, but I thought that it satisfied the conditions. I would suggest that staff would come back probably in the June meeting if they can get it done, outlining options of how council moves forward at that time if we can't come to an agreement. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So we've got 3.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anybody else in the speaker's box. Let me ask by a non-vote if Councillor Lee, Councillor Dyes, and Councillor Bauer are okay with those things we talked about. Don't key your mic. If you want to speak up and change anything, key your mic. Okay, Councillor Bauer. Oh, you're gone. Oops, 1 second. Councillor Bauer.
Sorry about that, Mayor Collier. I raised my hand to let you know that I was agreeable to what you're recommending.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, thank you, Councillor Bauer. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to call we've been at this for 3 hours. Let's take a 15-minute break till 2:50. That will give us time for the clerk to put together the amendments and the wording to the motion, and we'll reconvene at 2:50. Okay? Thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, we're back.
Okay, thank you. Everybody had a good break. To the clerk, can you please put the revised bylaw up, please? So just some small amendments to this. Since it's no longer a vendor take back, we've taken out the whereas that referred to the Central Park Ajax previous precedent, because that no longer applies here, and have changed the wording. Oh wait, there we go. To be as follows: that the deputy CAO be authorized to revise and execute the agreement of purchase and sale for 120 Robertson Drive to Frank Wang on behalf of the town to extend the closing date by 9 months after the conditional waiver date, provided that the conditions are waived by June 1st, 2026, and take other actions necessary to close the transaction, and that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment for 120 Robertson Drive and an OPA if required to enable the buyer's proposed development concept. And should the buyer not accept these revisions, the staff be directed to report back to council in June, should be June 2026, regarding options for how to proceed with the disposition of this property. I believe that covers everything in our discussion. Does anybody have any issues or want to comment on this? Okay, hearing, seeing none. Please call the vote. There we go. That carries. Thank you. So that now concludes the open session, the bylaws. Can we now move into closed session? Just let me find my my resolutions here. So can I get a mover and a seconder to go in camera? Just key your button. Moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and seconded by Councillor Bauer. The council convened to a closed session pursuant to section 239, paragraph 2 of the Municipal Act as amended to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees under section 239, paragraph 2B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. Those in favor, please. And that carries. So Ms. Grassi, please take us in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 moments. The appropriate staff are available for closed.
We're good.
Do you want the declarations before you put the screen up, the resolution up?
Yes, please.
Okay. Tell me when we're good to go.
We're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now back in open session. Three councillors, Councillor Lee, Councillor Henry, and Councillor Crawford declared conflict of interest on the matter discussed in camera, and we're not part of the in-camera discussion. The way our policy reads, when we go to the vote, declare your interest and use the conflict button when we go to the vote, and then provide the proper documentation to the clerk after. To the clerk, can you please post the motion on the screen, please? Moved by myself, second by Councillor Bauer, that the appointment of Piali Correa to the Ajax Public Library Board be revoked effective immediately, and that they be removed from the board for the remainder of the 2022 to 2026 term of council. Before we vote, I need the three councillors please declare your interest. Please key your mics. Councillor Lee.
Just declaring an interest and documentation sent to the clerk.
Okay. Councillor Henry. My thing's not working here. There we go. Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Declaring an interest.
No,
Paperwork sent to
folks,
the board.
we need to know what your interest is. Just, I can declare an interest on anything. Like,
I've checked with the clerk, and the clerk said that was okay. I've checked with the clerk, and that's the information I got, that it was okay to do so.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a conflict of interest with this particular item.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Lee.
Sorry, no, that's fair, Chair. I declared a conflict based on my reading of the Municipal Act, and I think there's a conflict as I'm on the library board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. I will just speak to this very quickly. We've been made aware of a situation where a council-appointed member is not complying with the codes of conduct and the regulations, and we've had to make a decision to remove them from the board. Please open the vote. That carries 4 in favor and 3 conflicts. Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder, please, for the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Lee, that bylaw 55-2026 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at a special meeting held on May 21st, 2026 be approved. Those in favor? That carries. And for the adjournment, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee, that the May 21st, 2026 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? That carries. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time. This meeting is adjourned.